Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everyone, good morning to you. It is Tuesday, February the 6th. I hope everybody's doing well. Good morning. We are live in the courtroom for day 2 of deliberations in the Jennifer Crumbley trial. I want to first off say thank you for everybody who's voting in the poll. Do you think Shannon's going to be wearing a wild ass, bright ass color, or do you think she's going to be something a little more muted like black or gray? They're not going to start deliberating till 9. So I thought this would be a good time to watch a couple videos from yesterday. So what we have from yesterday is, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. Be safe if you're driving, like jammers. But first I want to say thank you to Debbie, who became a member this morning. Welcome, Debbie, and I hope you will join our Patreon. And I wanted to say a special thanks to Shell. Number one, Shell's here. We haven't seen Shell. She's been busy working, so good to see you, Shell, and thank you so much. And thank you to anybody who decides to become a member today during our stream. Thank you in advance. But I thought it would be a good time to take a look at a couple videos. The first one is Justin Schilling's dad. Okay, Justin Schilling is one of the victims of the Oxford shooting. His son was gunned down by Ethan Crumbley. And I thought we were going to have more time. I was going to play what he said at Ethan's sentencing, but I don't know if we have enough time. So he did a quick interview yesterday. But then he also, this was his thing to Ethan. He called him the biggest coward, and he really let him have it. But here is Justin Schilling's dad yesterday.
Day 2 of jury deliberation will begin in about 3.5 hours to decide the fate of the Oxford High School shooter's mother.
Now, jurors began deliberations for the first time yesterday, just before 10 o'clock. The jury emerged twice, asking questions of the judge, and then went back to deciding Jennifer Crumbley's fate. Jury deliberations will resume at 9 this morning.
And 7 Action News reporter Peter Maxwell is joining us live at the courthouse there in Pontiac this morning with what we can expect today. Peter?
Well, we can expect the jury to show up again
We can
just
expect
before
Shannon
9
to do.
a.m. and go back into now day 2 of deliberations. And this case, with a verdict guilty or not guilty, whenever that may come out, this case has serious nationwide implications. During day 1, the jury deliberated for the entire day, combing through hundreds of pages of evidence and hundreds of pages of witness testimony from over 20 witnesses.
The precedent-setting nature of this case is it shouldn't be surmised in 1 hour of deliberation.
Yeah.
It's a historical case. Many, including Craig Schilling, are painfully waiting for a verdict to be reached, but also understanding that deliberations take time, especially in the case of Jennifer Crumbley, the Oxford shooter's mother, who was charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter in Michigan.
Y'all, what happened to her hair, dude? Oh, look at her hair. She ain't looking good at all. I mean, you guys, she's been in solitary for 2 years. Good idea, Flo. Thank you so much. Flo says we can honor the victims during breaks. Thanks. Andrew, thanks for creating and hosting this awesome community. Thank you for your first super chat, Andrew. I appreciate you, and I'm glad you're here. And I can't take credit for the awesomeness of this community. It's all those in the chat and the ones watching. So thank you. Thank you for being here. You guys make this awesome community. That's a good idea to play it on double time though, or 1.5 time. Thanks for that, Shell. I forgot about that. I'm always in slow down mode.
Charge of involuntary manslaughter carries a sentence of up to 15 years in prison. One of the victims was Craig Schilling's son, Justin Schilling. Craig was at the courthouse on Monday as the jury deliberated.
This trial should capture the thoughts of every parent in America, and at the very minimum, affect the overall choices we make or don't make with regards to our children.
During the entire day on day one of deliberations, the jury came out to ask two questions. One was if they could make assumptions. The other was asking why the shooter himself never took the stand.
Number one, it tells you that the jury is taking this case very seriously.
Which we thought.
They're spending the time to go through the evidence.
Michael Bellata is a former federal prosecutor, now a defense attorney running his own practice. Bellata is not affiliated with the Jennifer Crumbley case, but he has been following the case closely.
This could set a precedent. You know, it's more than just this case. There's a lot more at stake.
It's
So, yeah, she's in 23-1. She said it in her thing, I think for her own safety because of the magnitude of this case. So she's been in a cell 23-1. So what really gets me is how did she become best friends with this girl that she helped write her thing, her statement? The other girl in Michigan. All right, let's finish Justin's dad.
It's not surprising to Bellata that the deliberations on day one lasted all day. He believes deliberations will take up most of day two, but is uncertain which way the jury will go.
You don't really ever know which way it's going to go, but I would say that in this case, if the jurors all had this figured out and it wasn't complicated, there would have been a quicker verdict.
Bellata feels it will be difficult to bring a conviction based on the evidence he has seen. The outcome of the trial and the fate of Jennifer Crumbley now in the jury's hands, who continue to take their time to make the unanimous decision.
I hope that that they're taking their time and they're making sure to look at all the evidence and make sure that they make the right decision.
So that's Justin's dad. I mean, how hard must it be to sit in there, you know? What were we just talking about before I said that? Oh, that girl. That's right. Real quick, if you're local to Oakland, we have a missing, endangered newborn last seen Friday. I'm going to play that really quick. Get the word out.
Overnight, Auburn Hills police are searching for a missing 1-month-old baby girl who they believe is in danger.
Now, they're so concerned because the child's mother has a long history of mental illness. I want you to take a look at these pictures of 32-year-old Amanda Prowse-Smith and her 1-month-old daughter, Eliza. The two were last seen Friday night after an assault at an apartment complex on South Boulevard.
And that's where 7 Action News reporter Whitney Burney is joining us live this morning. And Whitney, we know police have been searching through the night for this baby girl and her mother. How did this case unfold?
Well, good morning, you two. We're actually here at the Auburn Hills Police Department this morning. Police say that Friday was the last day that 32-year-old Prowse-Smith was seen after she assaulted a family member. They are highly concerned, as you said, because Amanda has a long-standing history with mental illness. I want our viewers to take a look at your screens right now. These are photos of Amanda and her 1-month-old baby, Eliza. Police say the infant was present Friday when her mother assaulted that family member at a home on South Boulevard. It wasn't until yesterday that police were alerted by family members that the two were missing. Police say it was reported that the child was not born in a hospital, has no documented birth record, and has not been seen by a doctor.
What?
Auburn Hills police also say they've been informed by Child Protective Services that Amanda's 2 other children were removed from the home previously due to the 32-year-old's mental state. Police say Amanda does not have a phone, a vehicle, or means to care for herself or the baby. It is unclear what Amanda or the baby may be wearing. However, police are asking for the public's help. Anyone with information or about the baby or the mother's whereabouts are asked to call 911 immediately. We also have a number up on your screen that you can call and give police information.
If you have any information, 248-370-9460. This is a 1-month-old baby. Her other children were taken. This one wasn't born in a hospital. What the fuck? What are these people doing? So there's no record of her birth. She could do anything with that baby. Wow. You know, it makes you wonder how many other people do stuff like that. That's scary as hell. if you think about it. How many babies are out there with no documentation? Wow. Scary, scary stuff. Let's take a look at this craziness, though, that I found overnight, because, I don't sleep. If you guys didn't see this, this is pretty nuts. This is Jennifer Crumbley's best friend. So I don't know how she made a best friend. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you so much, Kendi, and welcome new members.
I have a best friend that's in jail, and she was with me through this whole thing.
And who is she?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Megan Amirowitz is accused of throwing lye and water on her father in 2021, causing severe burns that ultimately led to his death.
October 1st, 2021, Megan Amirowitz made a choice to act, and the action led to the death of her father, Conrad Amirowitz. Megan turned 18 on September 29th of 2021. She was supposed to have a birthday party on the night of October 1st, 2021. She'd also made a hair appointment that day, so she was going to go and get her hair done and then go to this birthday party.
My hair done.
So she woke up at home on October 1st, at the home she shares with her father, Conrad, and that was in Ortonville, Michigan, here in Oakland County. Now, Megan does not drive, so she needed Conrad to take her to the hair appointment. So she goes to get him, and she finds what I think you're going to hear is a familiar sight, which is that Conrad, even at 10 o'clock in the morning or so, was drunk. And he was actually so drunk he was effectively passed out. And this made her enraged. I think this was probably the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of the drinking. Started arguing, she wakes him up. They're talking, he's still extremely drunk. You're going to find out that even later, when people first got there, he was still kind of out of it. And that he was still very drunk even then. And she starts throwing things at him. Just everything that's lying around. And you're going to see in the photos, there was a lot of stuff lying around. But one of the things that you're going to find out that she admitted to throwing at him was water. And another thing that she's going to admit to throwing at him, as you're going to see on a police interview video, is a white powder, a cleaning agent, that she's going to say got in and around his legs. The product, of course, was lye.
I have a best friend that's in jail, and she was with me through this whole thing, and she helped me with it.
And who is she?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Jennifer Crumbley, the mother of Ann Crumbley? And what advice did she give you?
She just told me to speak with my heart. She helped me write the things out that I didn't know how to put into words.
And
of course, I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have.
I have a best friend.
Unbelievable. I don't feel bad for this girl at all. Look at her eyes, dude. She's a fucking killer. Those eyes, no thanky. No thanky. That's the last thing we need is Crumbley out teaming up with this crazy chick. I didn't watch her trial. I mean, I feel bad that her dad was a drunk and stuff, but damn, you don't get to kill your parents just because they're drunks. Woo! That shit blew my mind. I was like, what? Oh, we just watched a little video of Jennifer Crumbley's best friend. So the question is, how did she get to know Jennifer so well if Jennifer is in a cell 23-1? How did Jennifer help her get her words out on paper? Jennifer couldn't even help her own son. Ew. So this was the Megan that was in the audience? She's there? What? Who said she was in the audience? Noelle with an E, you're so dramatic. Like, oh my God.
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Let's watch the bestie part again.
In jail, and she was with me through this whole thing, and she helped me with it.
And who is she?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Look at that face. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. All right, so now we're going to listen to Justin Schilling's. Let's see what we're doing in court here. We're still waiting. We're going to listen to Justin Schilling's dad speak to Ethan Crumbley at his sentencing.
Good morning, sir. If you could please state your full name for the record, spell your last name.
I miss
morning.
this
My name
judge
is Craig
too.
Schilling, Shilling.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, sir. Is there a statement that you wish to make?
Yes, Your Honor. But before I make my written statement, I'd like to have a candid moment with y'all to try and directly convey to you that this statement has been the hardest thing I've ever written in my life. You guys have the condensed version, 15 minutes or so, but it took me months and months and months, and I've swam through raw emotions trying to get this done. So, thank you for letting me be here.
Oh, absolutely, sir. Thank you.
I will begin now. Honorable Judge Rowe. I am here before you today as a direct result of the horrible crimes that were committed back on November 30th, 2021, the day that my son was murdered. For the longest time, and for reasons I do not care to mention here today, I did not know if I was going to be able to do this. You see, on that day, my life was torn apart, and for a while thereafter, I struggled with dark thoughts and found myself completely lost in a seemingly endless sea of raging emotions with no care as to what happened to me. And grief had consumed me and has squeezed out every bit of joy and happiness in my life. Still, today it's uncertain if I'll find my way back.
It's too fast for me.
The events that took place that day have rocked 3 generations of my family and has altered our future forever. These days, there's not much happiness in the holidays. Birthdays and those milestones days don't carry with them the special feeling they always used to. Life used to flow with some sort of rhythm and balance, and the continuity within our family was evident. There were gatherings, vacations, and fun-filled events. What I feel most would deem your typical family situation. That continuity and all that came with it were lost on the day that my son was murdered. Like a severed electrical line, the flow was no longer there. Instead, we've fallen into the darkness, still in shock and total disbelief over the fact that this actually happened to us. Completely blindsided, we've been carrying on with more questions than answers and left to deal with the deluge of emotions we've never experienced before. One could venture to say that there are no words that can accurately describe the pain that we feel on a daily basis.
What the hell is the caption saying? That is weird. The caption is not matching the video. Let's see if I can refresh it. Maybe that'll help.
And the continuity
oh my God.
within our family was evident.
Look at, they have the captions wrong.
There were gatherings, vacations, and fun-filled events.
Turn
What
it
I
off.
feel most would deem your typical family situation. That continuity and all
grab
that
some
came with
coffee.
it were lost on the day that my son was murdered. Like a severed electrical line, the flow was no longer there. Instead, we've fallen into the darkness, still in shock and total disbelief over the fact that this actually happened to us. Completely blindsided, we've been carrying on with more questions than answers and left to deal with the deluge of emotions we've never experienced before. One could venture to say that there are no words that can accurately describe the pain that we feel on a daily basis. I have PTSD and struggle most days to even get out of bed. Anxiety, stress, sleepless nights, and uncontrolled emotional outbreaks make even the simplest and most normal things difficult. Scattered thoughts, raw emotions, and that uncomfortable elephant in the room feeling I get with everyone I interact with cause substantial uneasiness and affect everything I do. The things I used to find enjoyment in are no longer reliable in that respect and are done to merely have a feeling of something normal. Golfing, bowling, ball games, hunting, fishing, camping, kayaking are just a few of the activities I used to do with Justin that seemingly will never have the same effects on me based solely on the fact that he's not there to do them with me. I've always operated on the premise that if you get the kids into the things that you like to do, that you'll have those things in common forever and will always have a way to spend some quality time together. Even if it's just for a quick 9 or an hour on the boards blowing out a few pockets. Father's Day foursomes with my 3 kids out on the link was something I've been looking forward to for a long time but will never have. This unfair reality is something I will never get over. Day-to-day life goes on for so many, but in the clutches of grief and heartache, the difficulties are real and have so many side effects. It almost feels like time slows down and everything around you speeds up. It's been 2 years already, but feels much like yesterday. I still find myself waiting up for him to get home from work so we can get a few minutes to chat, as it was often the only time we'd had that chance to. It's unbearable to know that he's never going to walk through that door. Never in a million years did I think that something like this was going to happen to me. Although we all know the unfortunate real possibility that this can happen to anyone, anywhere, anytime, there's absolutely no way you can prepare yourself for this level of pain. It doesn't matter how much you think you've prepared, or how strong you are, or how big your support network is, you have this level of pain, and it's truly debilitating, and it takes you out. Having seen news reports and documentaries on tragedies of this nature, I don't feel it uncommon at all to watch in horror and disbelief that something like this could actually happen. And I've done what I believe many others have done, and that's have thoughts of how I might feel or act if something like this ever happened to me. Well, now that it has happened, I can 100% assure you that the worst thoughts or feelings you may have do not hold a candle to how it actually feels. For centuries, man has exploited the fragile nature of the human being, and over the years have developed many, many ways to inflict pain, torture, and kill. Millions and millions of human beings have met their fates by way of such devices. As we have all learned in school, there is a full spectrum of reasoning behind these perversions. Although throughout history, those reasons have been widely understood, the sheer brutality of senseless violence has never sat well with the human psyche. So we have evolved till now, and in our modern society we have established laws and regulations to essentially protect ourselves from ourselves. However, as is seemingly always the case, there are those, for reasons we may never know, who wish to defy the now widely recognized and agreed upon state of human decency and continue to commit such senseless acts of violence.
He's going to address
In my opinion,
too.
It takes a deeply disturbed individual to leave the compass of basic human decency. The act of taking another human being's life is not only exasperating but extremely selfish and unjust. I believe that once an individual crosses the boundaries of basic humanism and admittingly maliciously kills another person, that individual should meet the same fate. Unfortunately, based on the laws that govern our land, this has been deemed inhumane and is widely frowned upon in modern society. So in lieu of execution, I feel strongly that the individual should never be allowed to walk among his peers again. And this is why I'm going to ask you to lock this son of a bitch up for the rest of his pathetic life. His blatant lack of human decency and disturbing thoughts on life in general do not in any way warrant a second chance. My son doesn't get a second chance, and neither should he. This individual has proven by
They're opening up the audio in the courtroom, so we'll finish that on break. We'll finish Justin's dad on break. Is today the day, guys? Get your votes in. We're about to see everybody in the courtroom. That is so weird, Buttercup. Are her and Gen C like an item? Gross. Oh, I hear Miss Smith. Oh, is it black or navy blue? Is it black or navy blue? Oh, they muted us. Looks like navy blue. She's looking a little more confident today. All right, let's go back to the dad until Jennifer gets brought up, because you know how long that takes to roll her old bones up.
Carrying out these heinous and completely unnecessary acts of violence, that he should never be considered fit to rejoin the society that despises this exact behavior. His very name should be condemned, recognized only by his cowardly, vile, and malicious defiance of human law.
Thank you,
Now,
Steve.
with all that being said, I'd like to direct my comments toward this disgusting individual I speak of. He sits across the room from me at this very moment, dressed in orange, emotionless. Although I'm sure he may have a half-baked idea of just what I'd like to do to him, I'm not quite sure he has adequately envisioned the exact nature of this idea. I'd really like an opportunity to physically show him how much pain he has caused me and my family. But in a civilized society, governed by complex laws such as ours, this type of display is not permitted. But you can rest assured, you piece of shit, that baby bird screams would pale in comparison to the screams that you would exude if I were only able to show you. But luckily for you, they won't let me. So I will hope, with every bit of hope I have left, that with every passing thought or memory you have about what you've done, you remember my statement, and take time to imagine it happening and recognize it in the worst way possible. I've tried to put myself in your shoes, and over tried to imagine what could have possibly been so horrible in your life to have caused you to commit these crimes. I actually thought long and hard, and can come up with no logical explanation. The fact is that what you did was reprehensible and completely unnecessary. You see, we use things called words to convey our thoughts, our concerns, and our opinions. Sometimes those words we share with, sometimes those who we share our words with don't hear them or choose to not listen. But this is no reason to throw a tantrum and do the wrong thing. You simply have to speak louder.
He didn't move.
And to more people until you get the results you desire.
Is he the one that literally begs Ethan to look at him and Ethan won't? That pissed me off.
Life is not easy in any sense of the word. It often feels cruel and unfair. But what you have obviously overlooked is the fact that life is the most precious gift each and every one of us receive, and you have completely wasted yours. You said you wanted to be remembered as a person who committed the biggest shooting in Michigan history, and this may be true. But I will have it entered on file at this time, on this day, for the world to know forever that Ethan Crumbley should be remembered as the biggest coward in Michigan history, an individual who unfairly preys upon unsuspecting and helpless lives without the courage to meet their same fate. A truly detestable and ignominious excuse of human being. Now, my last words for you before I conclude is that I truly hope your new roommates welcome you in properly and show you the kind of treatment you can only get on the inside, as it's clearly all you've ever wanted. And it's my hope that there is some kind of pain involved.
Oh, that was a girl, Casey.
I also think that as you rot away, lamenting over your wasted life, you should take time to ponder the fact that though you may have taken 4 lives, the selfish gesture of organ donation by my son saved at least 5 lives, thus overshadowing your delusions of grandeur and effectively nullifying all that you feel you've accomplished. Stew in that for a while, and maybe you'll realize that as long as there are good people in the world, willing to selflessly give of themselves to help others, evil will never triumph. My final thoughts are directed towards everyone else. It is with every bit of my heart that I offer all who have helped my family over the course of the last couple of years the sincerest thank you. The sheer magnitude of humanitarianism and goodwill that came in from all over the world has been humbling and has gone a long way to showing me there is still good out there. I strongly believe that it resides within each and every one of us, and that it is our responsibility as human beings to let our goodness shine onto everyone we interact with, whether we like them or not. Because the way we treat each other, both directly and indirectly, affects the lives of more people than you can imagine. Not to mention, it's simply easier to do. I beg of you all, please be kind to one another and put your energy towards walking the path of the righteous and do your part to help eliminate these types of tragedies. Thank you for listening this morning. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir. I know that wasn't easy for you, so
I
thank
love
you for
this
your service
judge.
this morning. They did not fall on deaf ears, and I am very sorry for your loss, sir. Thank you.
Dude, that judge was amazing. He was so respectful to the victims and just a kind man. Look, they went back. We got hot mic again. Thank you for listening to that, guys, and keep these Keep these parents and families, in your thoughts and your prayers or whatever it is you do. This is not easy for them. I know that poor Justin. I think he told, someone said the other kid was Keegan. I remember now, he testified. He told Keegan, come on, get in the stall. They heard the shooting, and God, it gives me chills. Steve, you're looking good, by the way. Nice new pick. You don't have a beard anymore. I can't call you Bob Seger. What happened? But anyways, Justin told Keegan, come on, get in the stall. And they went into the handicap bathroom. And that was when Ethan made his way in. I mean, I can play his testimony. Have him break. I wish that more of, I don't know. I just feel like there was details that should have been brought in that weren't. And I don't mean the stuff that was, ruled out, like the baby birds and stuff. I mean, I wish that was brought in. Yeah, he reminded me of Bob Seger. Justin saved Keegan. So what is this with the tattoos? They got tattoos with Justin's name. Is that like in an article? Do they have an article about that? He is looking good. Well, Steve has had some health challenges, so I'm really glad to see Steve smiling and looking happy. So they got tattoos with Justin in like a halo or something? That's so nice. Aw. It was in Sports Illustrated, really? Did you know Sports Illustrated laid off all their workers? What's up with that? Let's see if we can find a story on it. Justin Schilling tattoo. I don't know. Oh, it's behind a paywall. This is Keegan. This is Keegan Gregory, Oxford High School. Oh, wow. My name is Catherine Ryan Gregory in West Lynn, Oregon. I am the aunt of Keegan Gregory, a freshman at Oxford High School in Michigan. As many of you know, Keegan's community and home were forever changed November 30th, 2021. At the school shooting at Oxford High, which took the lives of 4 children. My nephew Keegan was not shot and was not killed. We are grateful every day that he survived. Keegan was, however, in the bathroom, hiding with another student. Keegan witnessed when the life of the other student, Justin Schilling, was taken. We still think of Justin as Keegan's guardian angel. Justin had laid out a plan to run, and Keegan may not have survived without that plan. We are heartbroken for the Schilling family, and Keegan thinks of his guardian angel every day. The trauma of the past 2 months has been unspeakably difficult for the Gregory family. Keegan is the oldest of 5 children. All siblings, along with his parents, have fundamentally altered their day-to-day lives. The changes are all the more difficult because it's clear the family will be grappling with the fallout from the school shooting for years to come, if not their entire lives. I am making this page because Keegan's family is blessed with so much. Yet they have come to a point where they need further support. The community's outpouring of love and prayers has helped them stay afloat. Now I humbly ask that anyone who's able extends a financial contribution as well. Any gift helps provide the mental health treatment and alternative schooling options for Keegan, as well as the rest of the family. Our goal is to raise $60,000 for 2 years financial support for medical expenses, individual and family therapy, trauma treatment, healing practices, and costs of non-traditional schooling. Any money raised here goes directly to Keegan's family. The horrors of that day forever changed Keegan and his family's lives, and I am in awe of their strength and hope for the future. With your support, we can provide Keegan with the tools and resources he needs to navigate this new life and rebuild his future. Oh, here's the story right here. Keegan's story was written in Sports Illustrated. Thank you guys for telling me about this. After surviving a high school shooting, he was an empty shell. No emotion. Now what? We can read this on break because it's kind of long and I want to be able to take time to read it. I just want to see if there's a picture of the tattoo. Wow. That's a football for Tate Meyer. How do you say it, Meyer? Mirror? I don't want to say it wrong. This is a really long article. What an awesome write-up on this. Wow. Okay, we're going to have to read that on break. Poor kids, man. Here, I'm going to give you guys the link if anybody's able and wants to help. There's the GoFundMe for Keegan. Aw, Paul, that's a really nice thought. Mir, thank you. Keegan Gregory Memorial Tattoo. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's going to make me cry. Stop. Is that it? Oh, we're right back to Sports Illustrated. That's where the picture came from. Is that it, though? Is that Keegan right there? He was on the swim team. This is him. Poor kid. It's really sad. That's a really good question. Is there anything we can do to help Kim Mosier? Kim, have you gone to any of the Look at him and his dog. I can't. Look how cute. I wonder if this is a therapy dog for him. Dude, PTSD is real. The fact that this kid saw Justin get shot is worse than, dude, I can't even go there. It's so horrible to think about. And he actually testified at Ethan's thing too, and he was so strong. Good looking kid too. Wow. That is just literally life changing when you are a survivor of something so horrific. Like, you wonder yourself, like, why am I still here? Why didn't I get shot? Why was it him, not me? There's just,
well, this morning we are on.
There's so much that goes into that, and I just feel for them. They're too young to deal with this shit. Way too young. I thought they were supposed to be in the courtroom at 9. Like, what's going on here, y'all? Oh, God, I can't even imagine what he saw. Susan thinks Ethan needs to be exercised. He was able to run out of the bathroom because of Justin. Do you guys think Justin was a target, or do you think it was just whoever Ethan saw? Have you guys ever heard anything about that as parents? Good morning, Kristen. Nice to see you. We're just watching some stuff on the victims. Oh, did she say 9:30? I thought she said 9. Yeah, Mandy, that's true. A lot of these kids graduated and went to Michigan State, and then there was another shooting not too long after that, and they've gone through 2. I mean, that is, I can't even imagine that. Right. Exactly, Potato. And that tells me there's a bigger problem here, and maybe we should be thinking about those problems because, to be quite honest, I'm kind of fed up. Like, nothing personal, but I've been kind of watching some of my favorite lawyer people on YouTube, and I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed because I hear them saying, you know, things like, what kid isn't depressed? Every kid this age is depressed. And that's not fair. That is really like 1990 way of thinking. We can't downplay depression and all this stuff that's going on with our teens. We can't. We have to pay closer attention. We can't blow this off and go, what teen isn't depressed? I don't like that. Because this was beyond depression, right? And this is and this is what makes me think they don't know the whole story. Because this is way beyond depression. This kid was seeing things, hearing things, texting his mom he was scared. Please come home. That right there, seeing shit, right? That's a problem. That was in the spring. Then we fast forward. He's mutilating birds in the shed. So what lawyer is going to say that, oh, that's normal. Just leave them alone. Let the parents go on their way. No. Dude, that's Jeffrey Dahmer shit. Jeffrey Dahmer shit. He heard voices. It's not just depression. Oh, he's bummed out because his dog died. No, that's not what this is. And Ashley's right. Lots of kids have assholes for parents. I went to school with so many people that had asshole parents. And not one of them shot up anybody and wanted to live themselves. This is like major mental help needed with this kid. The drawings, all that shit, that ain't normal. That ain't normal. But I heard one of my favorite lawyers say that, and I was so disappointed. I'm like, what? How can you say, oh, every kid's depressed? These kids can't handle anything these days. And that may be true, but it doesn't mean we downplay kids that are hearing things, seeing things, depressed, won't leave their room. I mean, all these things are signs. And then, like Potato said earlier to me, she's like, every time there's a school shooting, what does everybody say? They say, it's mental health. We need to focus on mental health. Blah, blah, blah. And then we have it happen and we try to focus on mental health. And we have all these people on YouTube going, every kid's depressed. This is nothing out of the ordinary. These parents didn't do anything wrong. No kids these days can handle shit. No, irresponsible, putting your head in the fucking sand because it happens. And it's real. And Ethan Crumbley was more than depressed. And I'm no fucking psychiatrist, but I can tell you right now, that shit ain't normal. It's not normal to want to kidnap your classmate, rape her, sodomize her, and kill her. That's not normal. That's not depression. That is beyond depression. So I can't. Like, I can't go out of my little bubble on this one. Because it's so important that we pay attention. And now we've got people paying attention and they're shifting it. They're shifting the blame. Oh, it's just these weak kids that can't handle nothing. Wow. There has to be accountability at some point. How many times are we going to let these shootings happen and then talk about mental health and then do nothing about it? We have a chance to do something about it. We have parents that actually bought the gun, left it laying around so that their deranged child could get his hands on it. Who else can take the blame for that? Who else can take the blame for that other than the last person who had her hands on that gun? She touched it last. As adults, you're responsible. Why is that so hard to grasp? Buttercup, I know I was so disappointed, but hey, we can agree to disagree. But it just makes me mad because I'm going to have a grandchild going into these fucking schools. And I'm petrified. I would rather see her homeschooled than in these fucking schools with these kids that are unhinged and not paid attention to. Because let's face it, teachers, if you don't, Potato and I talked about this earlier too. If you don't fit in that box, they don't pay attention to your ass in school. If you're not good in school and you don't succeed immediately, you are not paid attention to. And if you're not paid attention at school and you're not paid attention at home, what's going to happen to you if you've got issues? You got no one to turn to. Like killing baby birds, mutilating them, sticking toothpicks up their ass is not depression. Ugh. Someone said earlier, you're so dramatic. I kind of am. When I'm passionate about something, I'm a little fucking dramatic. When it comes to 4 children losing their lives, another child sitting in prison for the rest of his life, where do we draw a line and say, okay, this isn't right? But everyone's worried about themselves. They're like, oh my God, if I'm a shit parent, I'm going to be in Jennifer Crumbley's shoes. No, you're not. No, you're not. No one is going to be in Jennifer Crumbley's shoes unless they leave a gun laying around and their kid picks it up and shoots somebody else. No one will ever be in her shoes. I will never be in her shoes. I can tell you that right the fuck now. I would never be in that lady's shoes because I'm not like that lady. And I don't think you guys are like that lady. So, we're not going to end up there. We're not going to end up in Jennifer Crumbley's shoes, even though they want you to think you are. No, you're not. This is a very distinct, unique case with a very unique background and very specific details that led up to this shooting. This isn't your run-of-the-mill shooting. There's so many things that led up to this. It's not cut and dry. It's not cut and dry. Yeah, I don't ever think that I would be in her shoes. And if you can picture yourself in her shoes, you may want to rethink your parental doings. Because I don't relate with this woman at all. Put a 1 in chat if you relate with Jennifer Crumbley. Because I don't. I don't relate to her as a mom. I didn't behave like her. I didn't do my kids like her. I didn't have my house like her. I didn't do all the things she did. So I don't relate with this lady. It's so much deeper than depression. Right, Kristen, right. And we have to learn these signs. If we, and that's what's bullshit about them not allowing the bird evidence and all this stuff to come in. I get it. I get the legalities of it. But for the precedence of it, we need to know these signs. We don't need shit sealed. We need to know exactly what happened with this fucking kid. Because if we don't know what happened with this kid, we can't change things. How do you change things if you sweep it under the rug? You can't. I mean, if you relate with her in some way, shape, or form, if you're a single mom, maybe you relate with her. Because being a single mom would be hard. I was a single mom for many years. I get being overwhelmed. Everyone want your videos showing the actual journal entries. Oh, you want to watch those? All that evidence gave context that the jury didn't see. I agree. And the jury, this is what scares me, is that it was a great precedence, right? Yay to the prosecutors for putting this together. Yay for them. It's a great precedence. they left out so many things, and I don't know if it was by choice or by, things that weren't allowed. But I feel like we need to know the whole story because we can't fix it. We can't even begin to talk about it if we ignore it. Thank you, Clinker. Shannon. Oh, yeah, Shannon. Shannon's like talking about her son's penis. I mean, so inappropriate. Like, that is what's wrong with our society. We're sitting here complaining about essayers, and we have a lawyer telling the world about her son's penis. I don't know about you, but that is a problem. That's a problem. And obviously, Shannon is desensitized to talking about her son's penis in front of the world. That bothers me too. Miss Louise says, I'm a single mom, raised my daughter by myself, and now she's grown and doing just fine. Single moms, single dads, awesome. What I'm saying is, you can kind of relate in a way where, like, you're pulled in 50 different directions as a mom. When you're a single mom, you're like, oh my God, I can't be here. I can't go there. I got to drive someone here. I got to get groceries. I got to do this. I got to pay bills. You're all over the fucking place. But Jennifer Crumbley's life was chaotic by her own doing. Her life was chaotic because she was cheating on her husband. Number one, cheating on your spouse takes time. It takes effort. You have to sneak. You have to think about it. It's on your mind. That's your first distraction. Then you have all this other crap going on. The parents are fighting. Ethan's failing. I mean, I can't. All right, let's watch some videos while we wait. I don't know what the freak they're doing. It's 9:30. But y'all wanted to see what video? Oh, the journals. How long is that one? I can't remember. Let's check it out. Oh, sorry. I get so worked up, but it's just like, it's so maddening because here we are. We are here. And these details are out there, and I hear all these people downplaying it like, oh no, she shouldn't even be there. It's like, what? How do you say that when her son killed 4 people and he was 15 years old? Like, I just can't. Oh, it's 32 minutes long, you guys. We can start it, though. When court comes in, I'm going to stop it, but we can start it. Let's see what we've got. This is Ethan Crumbley's journal.
I want all of America to see the darkness in me. I want to impact the world with this. I'm going record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. I want for the parents to see their kids burn to ash and bawl their eyes out.
I mean, this is sick. This isn't, oh, I'm depressed. I mean, the very first line, who's the Franks? Take us to church, Jay.
Last time I had my mental breakdown, my parents were out of town. I murdered an entire family of 5 newborn baby birds. I drowned them and burned them alive while we all screamed.
Oh, he's just depressed.
I cut one in half and stuck the head of its brother in its stomach. I have completely lost my shit. My grades are falling. My parents hate each other. We have no money. I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
Okay. We have no money. Hashtag child support order that was ordered on 11/29/21. My parents hate each other. My grades are failing. And we have no money. And I have zero help for my mental problems. I don't know why it would make you shoot up the school, but this isn't someone who's right in the head, right?
The head of its brother in its stomach. I have completely lost my shit. My grades are falling. My parents hate each other. We have no money. I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
He talks about, in that journal, torturing and killing baby birds.
Was evidence uncovered that he actually did that?
Yes, there was 2 videos found on his phone of where he was torturing baby birds.
And then was there also
2 videos
discussion in that same text message conversation about that?
Yes.
I want to direct now to page 6 of the defendant's journal. Can you read us? We're going to go page 6 and then page 3. Can you read us what the defendant wrote?
Yes.
6.
Fucking N-word bitch. If I kill myself, then people will not care about me and I will be forgotten within half a lifetime. That's why I'm going to cause the biggest school shooting of this decade and the only real one in Michigan.
Now further on page 6, what did the defendant write?
Not sure if I'm going to kill myself during the shooting, but I also want to react on how the world reacts on my shooting. I'm probably going to live the rest of my life in prison. I hope I can talk to someone, though, so I don't take my anger out on other prisoners.
Okay,
He's already thinking about other prisoners.
I don't care about my grades no more. I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison. I made a plan on my phone of what I'm going to do. It's printed out in 5th hour. Never mind, the colored printer in my hour is out of paper. So I'll just have to plan. I will just have to have the plan on my phone.
And kind of from the context of the rest of the journal, it's apparent this passage is referring to the school shooting on November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. So, was evidence found on the defendant's phone that he downloaded a map of Oxford High School?
Yes, sir, there was.
And then was evidence uncovered that with that map, he actually modified it and marked that map up on his phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to the screen here. And this picture, this was found on the defendant's phone. Is that right?
A map of the school.
Correct. Okay. And so we have certain portions here with different colors.
Yep.
We have
yes.
blue markings on the exterior of the school. We have a purple circle. We have black lines. Can you tell us, first of all, what do these blue lines signify?
Those denote the exits at the school.
Okay. Now, this was actually found as modified on the defendant's phone, meaning that he's the one who actually...
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to the defendant's internet search history at that time. So, specifically, the first text here, November 10, 2000.
Here's his internet. Oxford High School layout. What is the average response time for a shooting? How many police do schools have in Michigan? And then, do school resource officers carry guns? What is a school resource officer? And then we're back to the journal.
11 of the journal now. Could read that passage, please.
I killed 8 infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death. If I would have never thought of the brilliant idea of shooting up the school, then I probably would have become a serial killer. And I don't know which one's worse.
LOL, he says.
Page 11, I want to direct you on page 6. This theme of the birds continues, is that correct?
I saw a group of girls sitting down in the hallway. If I had my pistol on me, then I would have not hesitated to blow both of their brains out.
Oh my God.
I would just hope their parents will feel with sadness and distraught. When I shoot up the school, I hope that every parent of kids I gratefully murder will be so sad that they kill themselves.
God.
I want all of America to see the darkness in me. I want to impact the world with this. I'm going to record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. I want for the parents...
He really wants these parents to suffer, doesn't he? He really wants the parents because... Is he mad because he didn't have parents like they had? Is that where this anger stems from? Like he's unfortunate to have shitty parents? I don't know.
See their kids burn to ash and bawl their eyes out. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, rotting like a tomato. Yes, he wrote, excuse me, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Now, further down on page 22, can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. Ready and the 9mm ready. Then I will walk behind any girl, pretty in parentheses, and shoot them in the back of the head. I will then shoot anyone I see, aiming for the head, until I have to reload. I will then find a full class.
Lieutenant, the defendant indicated he wanted to aim for the head and then turn the firearm onto classrooms.
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to refer you to exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Those are the autopsy protocols of the murder children. Sir, you review these?
I have. In the classroom, I should say.
Now, Lieutenant, it's true that each of these 6 classrooms were occupied by children hiding at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to refer back to page 22 of the defendant's journal.
He uses the word breach, which is interesting to me.
Court, what the defendant wrote.
I will continue shooting people until police breach the building. I will then surrender to them and plead guilty to life in prison.
Baxter, how was the defendant apprehended?
He, deputy's arrival, he placed the gun on a garbage can behind him, got on his knees and put his hands straight up in the air.
So that was directly after he executed Justin Schilling and Keegan Gregory ran for his life. Would that be right?
That is correct.
Is there any evidence that the defendant tried to run?
Not at all.
Did he try to fight?
None.
So, in fact, he did a complete surrender, like you wrote.
Absolutely.
Now, at that point, the point he surrendered, was there anybody else left to shoot?
No, I mean, at that point he had, after Keegan Gregory ran out of the bathroom, there was no one left in the bathroom. He came out.
At the time the defendant opened the bathroom.
And then to the right it says half blood and the word underneath. So in the margin there it says, I wonder what life in prison will be like.
Okay. And then throughout this page, does the defendant write a list of items it appears that he plans to take on November the 30th?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
It's
Look at where it says help me. What is that drawn underneath? Weird. It says 1 9mm pistol, extra mags, 2 to 5 Molotov cocktails, 1 to 3 powered something flares, pair of gloves, hat, jacket, mask, knife. I will tell some close friends to not come to school the day of the shooting. And then their names are redacted. Help me. Fuck. The hell, man. I mean, it just goes on and fucking on. So here's his backpack from that day.
To explain.
There's the journal.
Our first
fucking
step
journal.
is to identify, locate the shooter. That was done. Once he was
I wonder what that
in
black
custody,
bag looking thing is.
Also look for secondary shooters and any additional type devices. But
No. Now, he also wrote about hat and jacket. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And here he is.
Backpack, and he's wearing a.
That's him in the school. Oh, my God. It's hard to believe he had this huge backpack. Look how overstuffed the backpack is, too. And no one thought to look in it. No one thought to look in it. So see how he went in and look how he came out. He went in and then he came out with that black jacket on and a hat and a mask. He comes out. Look at him with the gun in his hand looking down the hallway. What the fuck? Chilling.
Black knit cap.
Now, page 21, the defendant indicated a date and a time, and then read the passage right underneath that.
The date is 11/9/2021 as of 2:13 p.m. I want the world to remember me. Now, we talked a little bit about how computer crimes is the division of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office responsible for a forensic examination of digital evidence such as a cell phone. And the defendant's cell phone was seized and searched pursuant to a search warrant. Am I correct? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, understanding that you're not personally a computer, please tell us what the defendant wrote here.
This is a text.
This is why when you die, you need to be remembered for a long time. Doing something that will make people think about you until time ends. Unless you do something that will make people remember you, like people remember King Henry, or Cleopatra, or even Hitler. If you want to be remembered forever, how would you want to be remembered? As a smart and heroic person, or someone who massacred people and scars other people's brain of your life?
At that point, the other juvenile replied, smart and heroic, probably. And then, how about you?
And then the defendant replied back, not for me to say.
Okay, so this was in March 17, 2000.
His friend was replying to this.
Yikes. Does that repeat the defense journal?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to page 19. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Killing myself is too much of a pussy move. People will just forget about me, and I will have never making an impact in this world. The only way is to shoot up the school.
Further on down page 19, can you please read what the defendant wrote? Start with I'm going.
I'm going to rain fucking fire down on this school. I will cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan's history. I will kill everyone I fucking see.
And finally, page 19, the bottom.
I want to be remembered through all of history.
Flip please to page 18 of the defendant's journal. This is the top portion of page 18 of the defendant writing. Could you please read that passage?
We already heard that one. Oh, look at this one. The first victim. This is sick.
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a drawing right underneath that.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what we're looking at.
Jennifer Crumbley testifies. My son's a good drawer. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Jennifer Crumbley for a second. My son's a good drawer. I just thought he was drawing a cape, a guy in a cape on that worksheet. No, it was a person shot dead and bleeding out. But she thought it was a cape. And she says, oh, he's such a good drawer. She couldn't tell what the fuck he drew. And then you look at this and it's like, what is this? Is this like Beavis and Butthead? Like what? He's not a good drawer. I don't call this good drawing. Weird. Fucking weird.
It's a drawing of a hand extended, firing a round into the back of presumably a young female.
And what did the defendant write about that?
The first victim has to be a pretty girl with a future so she can suffer just like me.
Lieutenant, who was the first person shot?
Phoebe Arthur. Excuse me. Phoebe Arthur.
And do you know where she was shot?
In the face.
And this guy had to see her. This guy had to see that. He shot the first victim in the face. She survived. Phoebe Arthur. Yeah, he draws like a 5-year-old. Unreal. And what is the holdup today, guys? Is the weather okay up there? What's going on?
I want to move now.
Yes, sir.
Can you please read the remainder of that passage?
He is my idol. I want to do what he did. I want America to hear what I did. I know that rarely only shootings have happened in Michigan, so that means I will cause the largest school shooting ever in the state. I'm not going to kill myself. I will surrender to the police. I wish to hear the screams of the children as I shoot them. All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I am currently begging my dad for.
Lieutenant, the defendant actually eventually obtained a 9mm pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first witness.
Yes.
As you determined admitted.
This is pretty chilling, watching him shoot this gun, too.
So we see the defendant with the gray sweatshirt,
Yes.
and that's his mother walking next to him.
Yes, sir.
Does he ever wear any different clothes, for Christ's sake? Look how happy he is, too. Sick. He named his cat Dexter, yep, after a serial killer show.
As you watch the defendant shoot this firearm.
Michigan is Eastern time.
2021. Tell me what comes to mind.
Is it jury selection, McKenna?
The most interesting thing to me is that obviously this is the first time he just bought this gun, so presumably this is either one of the first times, if not the first time, that he shoots this gun. He understands the basic concepts of shooting. Two-hand grip, arms extended, bringing the sights up to your line of sight. What to do.
Able to rent firearms to shoot, as well as occasionally purchase firearms?
Yes, you can.
There's nobody showing him how to use that firearm, is that right?
Correct.
This is admitted as an exhibit, so in the interest of time, I will pause it right here. But at 7 p.m., what was the defendant's Google search?
His Google search was type of 22 bullets.
Okay. So this is on the 29th. This is the day before the shooting. He searched type of 22 bullets. So this was the first thing that happened at school. Thank you, Kendo. This is the first thing that happened at school. The day before, and then remember they tried to call Jennifer because he was searching ammo, and that was when she said, you've got to learn not to get caught. In other words, the day before the shooting, she told him, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You just can't get caught, dude. Just stop being a fuck up. Learn not to get caught. That's what I did. And then on the 26th, 3 days before that, he searched a 6 Sauer P365. And then 2 days prior to that, he searched 9mm types comparison. And then he searched gun ranges and used guns. And what is a Molotov cocktail? How deadly is a 9mm pistol? And how many yards away is a 22 effective? Now you're going to hear him text his friend about going to the gun shop.
I wanted to, like a snub-nosed one.
I'm going to direct you to June the 14th, 2021, 5:34 p.m. to 5:47 p.m. Can you please read to us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. We went to the store. That place is fucking cool. They close soon, so my dad will go up there and do it tomorrow. My dad even said I could get a revolver if I wanted to, like a snub-nosed one. Yeah, it's just more money. No, I'm not getting both.
That's in reference to a Derringer and a revolver?
Yes. Also, for 100 rounds of 22 LR, it's only $15.
Sir, what's LR signify?
Long rifle. And it's only $40 for 50 rounds of 9mm. Every type of ammo there is stupid expensive, expect for the 22. My dad said I can get a gun like this if I want to.
And then he sent a YouTube link?
Yes.
Correct.
The only thing, though, is that I don't really want to spend $300. But it's worth it, I think.
Okay, Lieutenant, I think it's worth noting that we have quotations, and those are the actual...
Okay, so this was on June 14th. Think about the friend. So he's telling his friend that suddenly moved away in October that he's getting this revolver. So back in July, Miss Grandpa Crumbley came to visit, and Grandpa Crumbley, Ethan, and James went to the range. They rented the Sig Sauer and shot it there. But they bought a Derringer in June. And the Derringer is the little gun. I don't think you can necessarily kill someone with it. Like small game, you could shoot with that. But anyways, that's what they bought in the summer. And then Ethan did his research and he figured out that would not be a good gun to use in the school. So he started begging, as he said, for a Sig Sauer.
Actual words of defendant text, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a cool looking handgun. It's a handgun, 15 rounds, so I will have 2 guns to shoot. I don't know the type, but it's cool looking handgun. It's a magazine.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
That was in June.
I went to the gun store today and got the Derringer, but it was on a delay, so I won't be able to actually have it until a couple more days.
So they got him a Derringer, and here's the Derringer. See how little?
2 shots, you have to eject the cartridges and reload. Yeah, like 9-8.
Show you.
There's the gun he used.
2 more text messages, and then 2 videos.
Okay.
So moving on to June the 29th of 2021, at 2:42 a.m. What did the defendant text?
Thing is, I had like over $1,000 before the Derringer, but now I only have like $800.
What about July the 29th?
Okay, so now we're going to go from June the 29th. Now, think about this. His Grandpa Crumbley came, okay, in July. Now we're going to hear what he's telling his friend at the end of July. But see, the jury doesn't know that Grandpa Crumbley was there, I don't think. And Shannon made the last minute decision to not put Grandpa Crumbley on the stand after the prosecution played some of Grandpa Crumbley and Jennifer's jail calls. So this is him after Grandpa Crumbley visited and they went to the gun range and shot the Glock.
2029.
He says, I want to get the Glock now. The only thing is they're like $500, and 9mm is expensive AF as fuck. Shotguns are cool. Yeah, but
referring to Glocks?
Yeah, but Glocks are lightweight and shoot fast. It's like my type of gun for safety and not to shoot at the range. Kel-Tecs are really fun to shoot. When I shoot my dad's last time, I barely got any kickback.
From the context of these text messages, it's apparent that the defendant is actually paying for those firearms.
Yes.
Now,
So Ethan actually paid for them. Did that come out in Jennifer's trial? Goofy, I have no idea. No, we haven't even opened up court yet. So I think she has to open up court, get them back deliberating. They haven't done anything yet this morning.
moving to August the 10th, 2021. Can you please read what?
Now we're into August.
I got my Derringer back and some more ammo.
I got my Derringer back. So does that mean that they took it away? Oh, fuck. Look at the third one down. My dad left it out. So I thought, why not? LOL. I know gun safety, so it's no problem. Now it's time to shoot up the school. JK, JK, JK. This is on 8/20. To his friend. He sent him a video too.
August the 19th, 2021.
He
so
posted.
The defendant sent a video to his friend? Okay.
Yes, he did.
And then what did the defendant write?
Shoot that Sunday.
And then August the 20th, this is just after midnight, another video was sent?
Correct.
And what did the defendant write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL. Just kidding. Not just kidding. IK, I know gun safety, so it's no problem. Now it's time to shoot up the school. Devil emoji, and then a series of JKs, which reference just kidding.
I'll show you the video that reference. bear with me, I believe I'll put this back in. Sure.
They are deliberating? I didn't even hear them talk today. Did they just come back in and start deliberating? Maybe. Shit.
This is Exhibit 29. This was sent in that text message conversation June the 16th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
There's the video.
This appears to be the defendant's hand with the Derringer in his hand.
Yes.
What's he doing with it?
He's dry firing.
Oh, yeah, that's
meaning
gun
there's
safety.
no rounds in it. He's just cocking the weapon and pulling the trigger.
I'm show you now Exhibit 30. This is from August the 20th, 2021.
Dude. Holy shit. Do I see a dog right there? This is, oh my God. This is in August and the dog was alive, guys. Or is the dog laying there? Did he kill the fucking dog? Yo. Do you see what I see? Do you see the dog? Remember they said his dog died? What happened to the dog? He's in the video. Did you see him jump up? Oh my God, I feel sick.
I'm show you now Exhibit 30. This is from August the 20th, 2021.
He's outside at 12:30 a.m. doing this. 12:30 in the morning.
That was a video of the Kel-Tec. He slammed it down to insert the magazine, and then
he also had a
hit the slide
chinchilla
release to move the round forward, or to move the slide forward.
Okay. Can we see the Kel-Tec we're talking about? What's going to be here?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Lieutenant, now I want to direct your attention to page 14 of the defendant's journal.
Okay.
You're able to read the passage?
So I am very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how many potential people will die.
I think about how I'm getting closer to prison and how many.
He shot the birds too, Mike.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I gotta. So I'm very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how I am getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die.
Okay, now further down the page, what did the defendant write?
The security guard, so no one knows that, put the bird head in the bathroom. It just amuses me how I can cause people to talk about what I did, and it makes me happy. Once I do the shooting, it will go down as one of the biggest school shooting in American and Michigan.
Now, the defendant writing about spending his life in prison, going to prison, is this a theme that you found throughout the journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you also uncover, when reviewing the defendant's internet search history, was that theme prevalent there as well?
Yes, it was, sir.
I'll direct you to a few different...
Okay, now another thing. These people lived in the village of Oxford. Now, if you're not from Michigan, I don't know if they have villages where you live, but in Michigan we have like cities, townships, villages, and the village limits is like the little, like the center of the town is in the little light right in town, and then it goes out just a little ways. That's the village limits. And then if you live outside the village limits, you're in the township. Oxford town or Oakland Township, right? So he's in the village limits, and I'm pretty sure there's an ordinance in the village limits that you can't shoot fucking guns. You can't shoot guns in the village of Oxford. So these people had him out shooting guns in their backyard. If anybody sees a jury counter, let me know and I'll get ours set up. I just don't know what time it would be on right now. Oops. I'm going to show you something. These people are just irresponsible losers all the way around. Let me show you something. This is where, look at how close their fucking neighbors are. And they've got this kid out there shooting guns in the yard? This is their backyard. Are you kidding? You can't shoot guns back there. There's fucking houses and shit. This is where they had their son shooting guns in the backyard. Right here. I mean, all you have to do is look at this stuff and it's like, this is such a small little village that you are not allowed to shoot guns around people's houses. Come on. Unbelievable. There's their house right there. I had the wrong house pinned. But you've got Mill Street here. You've got this, whatever they do there, this mill, right? This is very residential. These people are idiots. So check it. This is their road. And this is the neighborhood. It's a village. You don't go shooting guns in your backyard here. They're idiots. Total idiots. I mean, just everything these people did was irresponsible, guys. You can't deny that. Look at this is their house now. Some lady bought it. They sold their house for $150,000. But this is their yard. This is the house. And then you see the neighbors are super duper close too. You don't fuck around with guns. And what kind of choices is this lady going to make if she doesn't go to jail? Has anybody thought about that? It's a cute neighborhood. But, you know, these people are morons. Sorry. 7:35. Thank you. I don't know why she never opened up the Zoom. I'm just going to close that. Who do we have? All right. Jessica Nasuti says common sense isn't so common. No, it's not. It's sad. It's sad. And like, there is no way that you're allowed to shoot guns there. And that's what they were doing. So they were teaching him wrong about everything, in my opinion. So I just wanted to show you their neighborhood. Let's keep listening.
Internet searches found in the defendant's browser history. November 29th.
Yeah, exactly, Al Hog.
This is 8:45 p.m., which is...
It would have gone a long way, too, for the prosecution to, like, put up a little map and be like, hey, this is where they lived. They had him out shooting in the backyard. I mean, they really needed to, like, show that they are irresponsible one after the... It's not just one thing. It wasn't just one day, you know?
It was the night before the shooting. And it's item 5. Can you please read what the defendant wrote?
He Google searched, what is the worst prison sentence you can get in Michigan?
What about item 9?
He wrote, what is a life sentence for a 15-year-old?
And that's what he actually searched on his phone in Google?
Yes, that's what he entered, correct.
And this was 1 week before the shooting?
Yes.
What about item 11?
What is the sentence for a life to fit for a 15 to life?
Again, that's 1 week before the shooting?
Yes.
And moving on to item 12, again 1 week before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
He searched, what is the legal age to be sent to prison?
And what about item 13, also 1 week before the shooting?
Michigan Youth Correctional Facility.
Okay, and there actually is, in the state of Michigan Department of Corrections, there's one facility that houses youthful offenders. Is that correct?
Yes.
Item 15, again, 1 week before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
What prisons are there in Michigan?
Moving on to item 16.
Has anyone ever been executed in Michigan?
He searched that 1 week before the shooting.
Yes, he did.
Item 17.
What states have the death penalty?
Again, a week before the shooting. And
Yep.
what about
Yes,
item
sir.
19? It's redacted, and what part is redacted here?
The name of another school shooter.
A different convicted school shooter from another state?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did he search regarding that individual?
Is redacted, sentenced to death.
Now, what about item 22 that he searched 1 week before the shooting?
He searched, what is the maximum death penalty?
All right, so that was the journals and the texts and the searches that are extremely disturbing. What else did you guys want to watch while we wait? Oops, I don't want to do that. How about I don't want to watch the baby bird evidence. I can't watch that shit. It's too much. We can watch some of the community clips. What's this one? There's Jennifer. There's Jennifer.
Go into the clinker, the big house.
There's Jennifer. If you guys want to clip things, if you clip from my videos, they show up in my clips. It's pretty cool. But yeah, so let me get my timer working here.
You're awesome.
I'm going to let you guys watch. Look at Jennifer on the fucking bed. Did you guys see that? Look. I've never seen that. Like frozen. I've only seen it like move really quick. Hold on. Look at this. Look at that place. And she's acting like she didn't hear anything. I can't.
I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you
Can you guys give me a
find out
count
the gun's missing,
update?
So you do think
Counter
he's
update?
got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah, my husband had called me when I got close to the house, and he said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up?
My son was in custody, basically. The substation.
Right, so who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband, I'm sorry.
Okay, you picked up James. Okay, what was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, oh no, we're going down there. I didn't really know what to think.
Is he alive? Are you kidding me?
It was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the sub. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries, and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation. Yes. I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute, and we were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back, so I walked out the front door of my house.
And what'd you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay, we saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan,
Judge, this is direct examination.
I'm asking a question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
And
doing
the whole jury can hear you constantly saying object.
What were you doing on your phone? First I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the mass amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe. I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
in the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there was 4 fatalities.
That's on the video?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can't hear them, but just try and keep your voices down, please. I didn't say the word object.
Correctly all.
Okay.
We're not saying object. Okay. Well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
Okay. So this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads so my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that
Yeah, you usually delete threads when you're cheating.
day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting texts thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
No. And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
Those were a lot of the messages
going
going
on.
on.
Are what were deleted.
Yeah, I want to know what she was selling to.
So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Because I'm a liar.
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone. My contacts are in my cell phone. Everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers. I have an emergency going on, and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay. There was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was evidence you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts.
Okay, hold on.
There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
Shit. What did I do?
We were receiving so many threats on text.
Okay, so random fun fact. One of my good friends, my friend Heather, is a manager at Walmart in Lapeer. I wonder if she had any contact with them because she works in the electronics department. Melmo. Heather might have sold them the burner phones. Just kidding. Maybe.
Back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone because I had my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
I wonder how the parents of the children felt.
Hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh, no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. So you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night.
Okay, so that was the night of
the 30th.
The 30th. Okay. What did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries. People were calling in.
What?
So I had to get dog food for our dog. And
Hold on. She's saying that they were getting threats, and then she brings up pizza deliveries? Wait a minute. Ain't nobody gonna punk you with paid pizza. Look at her face. I can't with this lady. I cannot. If I was the jury, I'd come back and say, I want to know what she was cooking on the stove after her son shot up Oxford High School. Karchi, I've never seen that movie. I don't even know what that is.
I met her at the, actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go any time that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits and they're going to try to take your assets. And I didn't really have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. And he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account. So we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay. So did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. So on December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged. You watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay, why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel, not any other reason why.
Okay, so how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
We ended up staying there for 2 days.
Okay, and then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some.
All right, that's where that one ends. What do you guys want to watch now? Do you want to go and watch my playlist? I'll play some of my videos. Let's go to the Crumbley playlist while we wait. We are roughly 7 hours, 57 minutes into deliberations. Thank you, Robin, for hopping over to ICIDS and getting me that countdown. Tell everyone over in ICIDS that J is for Justice says hello. Just kidding. Okay, so But seriously, thank you for that. Oxford school shooting lawsuits. Where is my thing here? I've got lots of Crumbley videos, guys. The real story behind James and Jennifer. You guys let me know. I'm looking for the Ethan Crumbley one. I have the hardest time, I swear. We have the Michigan State shooting, which was some of the students from Oxford were affected by that as well. Boil water in the oven when baking pastries. So she went home and baked pastries? You want to see more about the dad. Okay. So let's do this. I think I have a video called Meet the Crumbleys. Yeah, here it is. All right, we're gonna watch this. Oh, first let's watch this though. This is, remember when Jennifer said she kicked James when he faked his electrocution?
Thing I think. I would.
Just kidding. I just peed my pants. I just peed myself. Not funny. Oh my god. I hate you.
Thing I think.
Let's watch that again.
Thing I think. I would.
Just kidding. I just peed my pants. I just peed myself. Not funny. Oh my god. I hate you.
Thing I think.
She seems drunk to me in that. But it's not as bad as they made it sound. It almost seems like they planned that to, like, they were trying to get a video to go viral or something stupid. But you can see Ethan is filming it and he puts the thumbs up. Watch. Let's watch it slower. Let's watch it in slow-mo. Oh, fuck. Here we go. They seriously were remodeling their house, though. She never put her drink down. Yeah. I think it was all staged. I think they were trying to be funny. And look at it. It says, got J.C. Crumbley with the shock scare tonight. That's James. Got J.C. Crumbley with the shock scare tonight. Ethan Crumbley is filming.
I hate you.
Thing I think.
She's wasted. Wasted. Okay, so let's go back. Let's watch Meet the Crumbleys. This is a video that I made 2 years ago. 2 years ago, guys. Don't laugh at me. They're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. Wait, I'm trying to find it. Look at my face. Here we go. Good morning. Hi, Cher. Oh, God. Meet the Crumbleys. Oh, I got to speed it up. Fuck. So we're going to talk a little bit about who these people are And we're going to kind of take this in stages. So we're going to start out the parents' names, and you'll see a slideshow on the screen of different things, posts that they made. The Scrumbleys. Yeah. They are
Creepy.
Hey, Nikki.
Creepy.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I'm going to be back regularly. Look at, there's Nora. You live in Michigan, Beth. Yeah, I used to live right near where this happened as well. So you see the pictures of Ethan and his parents. Just very bizarre. But we're going to start out by the little story about their neighbor. Okay, so James and Jennifer Crumbley are Ethan's parents. Now, there is a neighbor named Kayla Lemieux.
Kayla
She
Lemieux.
lives near Ethan and his parents.
Poor Kayla.
And she said that when Ethan was 8 or 9 years old, they would leave him alone while they went out bar hopping. Lemieux is 28 years old, and she told the New York Post, or I'm sorry, she told the Detroit Free Press,
why wouldn't they have her
were gone,
testify?
He would come knock on our door. They didn't leave him with a phone. So Lemieux said she contacted CPS,
I already have thoughts,
but doesn't know if they took action.
Okay, so let's talk about this. We had Jennifer Crumbley talking about the shit that Ethan did when he was 5 years old. Remember that? When she was testifying, she was like, when he was 5, he had this problem. And the prosecution objected, and he was like, Your Honor, she's talking about when he was 5 years old. If Shannon could bring in 5 years old, why didn't they bring in 6-year-old and bring the old neighbor who to show the neglect of these parents, like the pattern? I wish they would have done that. Because Shannon could have objected, but she brought in the 5-year-old story. So, I don't know. Let me know what you think.
Noting that the alleged neglect continued. And then Kayla goes on to say, it was really when I finally started to say more. Because I was just like, even after calling CPS, they were still doing it. And even me saying something to them, they were still like, oh, he's fine. Famous last words.
Oh, can you hear that? Can you hear her saying that? Oh, he's fine. Suck it up. Like James told him, suck it up. Here's a Xanax. She did call CPS. Thanks, Gene P.
So specifically, I guess they went on a bar crawl and left Ethan, age 8 or 9, home alone. So we also have heard from Ethan's brother. Ethan has an older brother. And let's see. We got a lot of dirt on these people. It's not good. It's not good. None of this is good that comes out of these people. So his older brother is 18 years old, and he says that Ethan was a happy kid. He got good grades. He was into Minecraft and wasn't bullied as a child. So Ethan's brother's name is Eli Crumbley, and he has moved away. So he was living there, and he moved away. Now, mind you, Ethan is 15, Eli is 18. They have the same father, but they have different mothers. So if you do the math, when Eli was 3, Ethan was born to Jennifer Crumbley. And the two boys were growing up in Florida, but then they both moved to Michigan with their dad and Jennifer, their stepmother. Now, Eli didn't get specific with the Daily Mail, but he did hint at some issues with his stepmother that prompted him to swiftly move back to Florida
to live with his biological mother last March. So just last year. Eli was like, peace out. But we don't know why. I'm sure we'll find out why, but we don't know why right now. So Ethan remained in his parents' house in Oxford, which is less than 2 miles from where the shooting took place at the high school. And 4 students died that day. So so let's go on with Eli. Eli Crumbley says he cannot understand how his own sibling could suddenly snap, open fire, and kill his classmates. He says the Ethan I knew was just a smart boy who just seemed like an average kid. There was nothing that ever stood out to me. He'd never get suspended from school or detention. He didn't suffer depression or anything like that. He woke up happy, went to school, came home, and played games. So he says he was a happy and average kid. Not sure I buy that, but because all the kids at school say he was a little weird, right? So Eli says that most of the reason that he did move back to Florida was because of issues between his stepmother and himself. It wasn't as great as it could be, and moving back to Florida was the best option for me. And that's where he left it. So his brother says he was never bullied. The school is saying that he was bullied, and that is his motive for this shooting. But the police have not confirmed that motive. But they are charging Ethan as an adult. And his brother hadn't spoke with him for 2 months, or his dad. But he did reach out to his dad after hearing of the mass shooting. Okay, so let's put that in a basket. Eli moves back to Florida with his birth mother and doesn't talk to his dad, James, or his brother. Why would you not talk to them for 2 months? And then he didn't reach out to his dad until he heard about the shooting. Hey, Sarah Smith, we went over that yesterday. James got an order for his daughter's child support on 11/29/21. Eli is an adult. He's not responsible for Eli. Yeah, I think she went to the horses, to the barn, and met her boyfriend at the barn. And Eli said, I was worried. I wanted to see if Ethan was okay because I knew he went there. Now, Eli also attended the school for 1 year. He says, and that's when I was receiving information otherwise. Unable to reach his dad, Eli called a former employer who told him that his old house in Oxford was surrounded by FBI agents. Look at this text or this post. Hold on. Unable to reach his dad, Eli called James Crumbley. Trump will protect our Second Amendment. I want my child to get a gun. Doesn't this almost seem contrived the way it all fits together? She took Adderall. She was addicted to Adderall, Buttercup. Adderall addict. That's why she was so skinny. Former employer who told him that his old house in Oxford was surrounded by FBI agents. He then learned that his own father bought the gun that Ethan used. Eli said, when I was living there, nothing seemed off. We just walk to the bus stop in the morning, go to school, come home, maybe play some football outside or back. Eli lied because Eli moved because Jennifer was a monster. Basketball, we just chill. We didn't do much. But didn't get along with the stepmother. Which brings me, oh wait, there's more from Eli. He did not know that Ethan had a gun till after it happened. He said, it's hard to believe. I still can't believe it. And as far as I knew, Ethan was always good. He was quiet, kept to himself, kept his circle of friends small. He was a clean kid. Clean? Didn't smoke or do drugs, nothing. Clean as in drugs. Okay, but listen to this. He was actually shocked that Ethan had a gun. So when did this? Ethan says his gun obsession started when he was a little kid. But Eli says, I'm shocked he even had a gun. So what was going on there? Not good. And remember COVID, a lot of people lost their fucking minds with the whole Trump thing and the Black Lives Matter riots. And there was all this political garbage. And he wanted to be an archaeologist. I don't know what you're talking about, Sarah. I don't know that video. Ethan was on the bowling and soccer teams in middle school, but didn't play team sports in high school. He said his brother's biggest hobby was video games, which he'd play at night. His favorite was Minecraft. Asked whether he knew of any other problems that Ethan was experiencing, Eli noted that they had an aunt who died a couple months ago and that Ethan recently also lost his pet dog, Tank. He liked Minecraft, like Punani. I wonder, Poon, if you ever cross paths with Ethan on Minecraft when you play. I don't know how Minecraft works, but maybe Poon can let us know.
So there's a lot of butt joints.
So Eli says, hey, Ethan played games at night. Da-da-da-da-da. Eli says, I really don't know what his reasoning was behind this. He was surprised to hear that bullying may have been a factor. I would like to talk to him, he said, but I don't think that's something that's going to happen for a while. Police said that there is no record of the teenager being bullied, as other students have claimed, and prosecutors revealed at his arraignment that he had detailed in a journal found in his backpack how he wanted to shoot the students at the school. He posted on Instagram 4 days before the attack to show off his father's new gun, pretending it was his. Just got my new beauty today. Sig Sauer 9mm. Is it sour or so? I don't know. Sour, Sig Sauer.
I didn't even know.
9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer. And those posts have been deleted. Look at his Instagram. This is what they were saying. That all of them could see his social media, the school, everybody. Watch. So that takes us to the 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer. Okay, so he's got look at the profile picture, and it says Black Death. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. See you tomorrow, Oxford. Ethan Crumbley. And those posts have been deleted. So that takes us to the evil stepmother, Jennifer Crumbley. Yes, the boys have the same mother. No, different mothers, same dad. Right? Yeah. Different mothers, same dad. So Eli has a different mom. So Eli moved back to Florida to live with his biological mother, and Ethan stayed with his biological mother and father up in Michigan. Interesting, Jessica. Nasuti. Now, I mean, really the debate here starts with, should these parents be held responsible for what their son did in that school? So let's talk a little bit more about Mrs. Crumbley, Mrs. Jennifer Crumbley. She is the marketing director for, it looks like some kind of a property management company, possibly like apartments from what I could see. I think that, that'll be a good discussion. We can do a call in and kind of have everybody call in and talk about what your thoughts are on the parents being charged. And like another episode is going to be all about the school, because there is more than one lawsuit. And I want to read those through with you because there's more details in those. I don't think she's actually a realtor. She's the marketing manager for a property management. And the property management company owns a bunch of apartments. Hey, Frankie Hopkins, I've missed you as well. So let's keep going. She was having an affair, supposedly, while ignoring Ethan's troubling behavior. So it came out that his mother was having an affair with another man while all of this was happening with Ethan. She had it looks like she had explicit videos on her phone. So they're saying there was at least one intimate affair that involved Jennifer Crumbley. Now, James Crumbley's ex had a lot to say about Jennifer and James. She said that Ethan's dad is a piece of shit who abandoned her family, and Jennifer is a monster. Now, her name is Michelle Cobb. I'm going to show you her picture here. They should have had her on the stand, right? Share my screen with you guys.
Character witness.
Because this is James's ex. It says ex-girlfriend, so I'm assuming he never married her. But he married old Jennifer Lynn Crumbley. The Crumbleys. All right. This would be the X right here. Okay. She says pretty much Jennifer Crumbley is the devil. She hates her. Piece of shit. She says James is a piece of shit. She had a lot to say. So let's hear what she has to say, and then we can weed through what we believe and what we don't believe. Thank you, Jane, for your generous super chat. That is very sweet. So Michelle Cobb shares a son with James. And here we have Mr. James, piece of shit, Crumbley, according to his ex. Oh, boy, these people. Okay. So he left behind a daughter as well.
Oh, man.
So not only did James leave Eli, well, Eli came up to Michigan and then was like, I'm peacing out because Jennifer is a psycho, right? So he left and went back to Florida. But he also has a daughter, Vince. Day and a day. My favorite attorney attracts swatters. I love ya. Okay. So he left behind a daughter. So she says James Crumbley and his wife, Jennifer, allegedly looked for ways to criticize Cobb because they hated that he had to pay child support for his son, Eli. Oh, no. Okay, so this is Eli's mom, but she's saying that he also had a daughter that with another woman. I cried the moment he turned 18 because I thought all this hell is over as far as dealing with my son's father, she said. Cobb blames Jennifer Crumbley for making it difficult for Eli to get closer to his father and half-brother Ethan, calling her a monster. She could do no wrong, and she was right about everything. I mean, this is exactly the kind of attitude she has. Like, she literally thought she was better than everyone. Huh. Did she now? Did she? Jennifer Crumbley thought she was better than everyone. Imagine that. Shocker of the year. I mean, this lady seems like a real bitch. One of those, everybody gets a trophy type mothers. Oh, I was so wrong. Thank you, Dane. I don't think she cares if her kid got a trophy or not. It's even worse than I thought 2 years ago, guys. Nadie. I haven't been on Twitter in a bit. I'll have to check those messages. Thank you, Dana. Okay, so the Crumbleys, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so let's see here. Cobb said she wouldn't be surprised if Ethan's parents bought the semi-automatic handgun as a gift for him. They pretty much gave him whatever he wanted, she said. Why would you let a 15-year-old have access, especially knowing that just a few days prior he was having problems at school? And then she goes on to say, I hope they get the maximum. Honestly, all of them. They deserve it. They need to be held accountable for what their child did. They need to have a reality check. And there is the beautiful Jennifer Crumbley at her best. I wonder what her lover thinks of her now. And I wonder if he'll ever be outed. Oh, shit. And there is Ethan.
See, I told you, I was waiting for the boyfriend. I was waiting for that boyfriend. And you guys, the boyfriend said that Jennifer told him the gun was in her car. Jennifer told him that Ethan's friend offed himself as well. What in the hell happened? Where's Tank? What happened to Tank? Where's Dexter? What happened to the chinchilla that Ethan was snuggling with? It's wild, to say the least, to know what he did with those baby birds. And see, that's bullshit too, because Shannon snuck in a picture of Ethan snuggling a chinchilla on the Facebook posts. But the prosecution didn't say anything about any animals. It never came up. If I would have seen that fucking chinchilla, I would have said, objection, and then I would have had the jury leave the room and say, does she want to bring it all out about the birds? Because she's showing a chinchilla, and I want to know where the chinchilla is. Because what if the jury says, where's the chinchilla? We want to know. We saw a picture of Ethan snuggling a chinchilla. Where is it? Where's Dexter? Why did it, or ask the mother, why did your son name his cat Dexter? Chia. I would have wanted to bring it all in.
Bring it all in.
Disturbed. Okay, let's watch the video.
Or especially when she said Tank died. Okay, ma'am, what happened to the dog? How did the dog pass away?
James's ex. And let's see what she had to say about the piece of shit and his wife.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make. Number 1, you have to start drinking more.
They did leave the bird.
It really is.
Hold on. They did leave the bird evidence out. But I'm saying if once it was left out, Shannon should not have shown a picture of him with an animal. And since she did, I wish they would have said, okay, now that you've shown a chinchilla, can we bring in and talk about his animals? Because if he killed a batch of baby birds back in the spring? Because we know in Michigan, that's when there's baby birds and nests. He did it in like April. So if they show a chinchilla in a picture when Jennifer takes the stand, I would ask that the animal be asked about. She brought up the dead dog. Let's talk about the dead dog. Let's talk about the chinchilla. Let's talk about the name of Dexter. I mean, red flags.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make. Number 1, you have to start drinking more.
He's a piece of He really is. The whole time of my son growing, my son is 18 years old now. Jennifer was a monster. She could do no wrong, and she was right about everything.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make. Number 1.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, she does have a reason. You know, she is an ex, but I mean, I don't think she's exaggerating, to be honest. I mean, considering all that we've learned, I'm a Criaccio. I feel like maybe you're right, but that's what the problem is. That's what the problem is that they didn't have any insight. I'm not worried about hindsight. I'm worried about insight in the moment. Exactly, Hilariot. And he points a gun at the dog. I want to know why they weren't concerned. I want to know why she said he was depressed in the spring and then bought him a gun. Yes, Gene, I've seen it. Screw putting her in witness protection. Casey Anthony didn't get witness protection. Why should she? No, he had a cat. Okay, he had a cat, Dexter, when he did this. 2 years ago, there was a chinchilla in a picture with him. It wasn't the cat. It was a chinchilla. Jennifer said it was a chinchilla. There was a chinchilla, there was Tank. Neither one, we don't know where they are. And when he was arrested, he told his parents, take care of Dexter. And Jennifer told her boyfriend that the friend offed himself. And if he did, they're not going to say that in this trial. They're going to keep him secret. He very well could have. We're not going to be told that. But I'd like to know if that's true. Positive thinker. Whoop, whoop. Just donated. Positive thinker. Use www.j4j411.live. Thank you. Love your program. Thank you, positive thinker. I love positive thinkers. About these people. Let me come to chat and see what you guys are thinking thus far. There you go. On the screen, we have Jeffrey Feiger, who is representing one of the families in this case in a civil suit against Oxford Community Schools. We're going to be reading that through tomorrow. We're going to do this tomorrow morning again. And here you see James Crumbley's
I think it's donate,
Facebook
Kendi.
and Twitter's. That's where they bought the gun. All these photos are associated with the case and the posts that they made on social media and stuff like that. Ethan, okay, hold on. I've got another thought. Okay, so think about this. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so if you think about this, in the springtime, Ethan was doing the bird thing. I don't think it's donate either. I don't remember. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, in the springtime, he did the birds, right? So if you think about how things like that work, it usually progresses into more and, worse stuff. So if we think about the bird thing being in the spring, and then we think about Tank dying not too long before the shooting, it doesn't sound too good. And then he gets a kitten and names it Dexter. And he speaks of Jeffrey Dahmer in his journal. There's just so much more to this than a depressed kid.
Your mom's right. Jeffrey Dahmer kind of.
Kids can cover up depression and act okay. You can kind of play it off. But this kind of sickness in Ethan Crumbley, I don't think you can play off 24/7. All you have to do is look at his damn room and know that he has triggers, right? His mother said, when we took his gun away, it was a trigger point for him. That's a problem. If it's a trigger point when you take a gun or gun shooting away from a kid and they have a trigger point, God knows what he did when he was triggered. What was Ethan Crumbley's outburst? Because his mom said it was a trigger. So if my kid is triggered by not being able to shoot a gun, I might think that maybe that's not a good hobby for him. I might think that's maybe an unhealthy reaction to not being able to go to the gun range. I might think that's a little disturbed. Right? Oh, my kid's trigger is when I take his gun away. He's 15. What? In what universe is this normal? This isn't a normal kid who wants a gun because he wants to go hunt deer. He doesn't want to go hunt rabbits. This motherfucker was sticking toothpicks up birds' asses. He was pushing in their eyeballs into their eye sockets and wrote down that he liked how it felt. This kid could not hide that behavior 24/7. There's just no way. He was 15. He was a little sad. He was a little depressed. And then the mother is called to the school. She's told by the counselor that they think he's suicidal and he needs counseling. And then she texts the lady at the barn and says, oh, he's fine. He just can't be alone. So I'm going to bring him, but I'm still going to do my lesson. So in other words, she was going to drag Ethan out to the barn with her and make him sit there knowing he was suicidal? What? How about you go home after work and look at the list of counselors they gave you in the meeting and have your husband start calling them first thing? Or how about that afternoon? You take the afternoon off and you take your kid home and you start calling the counselors because the school just told you had 48 hours. That's 2 fucking days. They had 2 days. And the school said, if you don't have him in counseling, we are calling Child Protective Services. Why is this such a brain teaser? I don't get it. They failed him every turn they took. I don't understand why this is such a brain teaser. And I don't care if people are lawyers or psychologists or whatever they are. I'm a normal person who would be sitting on this jury, and I'm a mom. And that's where I'm coming from. Right. Drag her suicidal son to the barn he didn't like going to hang out with aggressive horses that he didn't like. He didn't like the horses. She testified to that. This wasn't about Ethan. This was about Jennifer. And Jennifer is sitting where she is for a reason. If they didn't have evidence that they were neglectful and irresponsible and contributed to the ease of the shooting for Ethan, then I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm literally hamstrung right now.
Bring it all in.
I am hamstrung.
Jennifer loves horses.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
The school gave them 48 hours to get counseling. They had 2 days. Right. Who buys their depressed teenager a gun? Oh, it was a family affair. We'd shoot them together as a family. No, you were irresponsibly having him shoot his gun in the backyard when you live in a village. Monica says, I would never have left my child. We would have went home and had a long talk. And I'd be on the phone to find someone to see him. Right. How did his grandmother die in April? I don't know, Katie. All these mysterious deaths. His aunt died. His grandmother died. His dog died. His brother moved back to Florida. His friend, his mother told her boyfriend that he died. I mean, what the hell's going on here?
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
Cocaine, 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 cocaine. It's cocaine.
It's cocaine. Speaking of cocaine, I wonder if these guys were drug tested when they were arrested. Do they do that? Do they drug test you when you're arrested? I don't know. I've never been arrested, so. Knock on wood. I don't know, Karchi. Good grandma says, I had a hard time even buying my stepson a BB gun. Right. Was Ethan shooting a BB gun in his room at the targets on the wall? I don't know. A lot of people put those on their walls, though, as like, to, they're proud of their shot or whatever. And that's not abnormal from what I hear. From what I hear, that is not abnormal. So I'm not going to jump on that one, but. Robin Malete, the school could have him Baker Acted. I don't think they have Baker Act in Michigan. Baker Act, I don't think they have that in Michigan. But they thought he wasn't suicidal to, like, the counselor didn't say, oh, hey, he's ready to off himself. He said it was suicidal ideations. I do think James cared, but he was such a cuck to Jen. You mean like a yes boy? Yeah. They said they hadn't slept for 4 days. That's what Adderall will do to you. It'll keep you up. What, Katie? In the spring. Wait, hang on. Let me scroll back. Oh my God. We're going on almost 9 hours, 8 hours, 42 minutes. Can't even believe this is so difficult for them. I mean, I hope they're watching her videos and listening to her own words and watching her testimony. I missed that, Katie. Can you ask me again? They do urine screens? I just wonder if they did that at the county jail. Yeah, we just talked about that, goofy girl. The Crumbleys would go out drinking and leave Ethan alone. Is it called 5150? I don't know. Hey, Mike Sander, welcome back. Marie, did Ethan kill his own dog? After reading the journal, I wonder. I know, me too. 5150 is like committing someone against their will. But he never said he had a plan, because that's how counselors identify this stuff. But they didn't know he had a plan. And if they would have read his journal, they would have seen his plan. His plan was written out. So gross, Danny. Just that thought. I asked when his friend died. Was it spring? Well, Jennifer told her boyfriend that he died, but she said the day before Halloween they had plans for Halloween that the kid was going to come over. This is all I know. On Halloween, the kid was supposed to come to the Crumbleys, and he didn't show up. So Jennifer texted his mom and didn't get an answer. And then James heard back from the dad, apparently, that the dad said that he went away to an OCD school in Wisconsin. Substation. Thank you, Olive. But I mean, these killers, they start out with smaller things like baby birds, and then we have Tank in the video with a gun, and then Tank dies. And I agree with you, Lisa. He had everything planned if they had only checked his bag. So here's another thing that is also concerning, was that Jennifer talks about, let me come back on the camera so I'm not confusing you guys. Jennifer talked about when she was on the stand. I'm down here, by the way. She talked about, shit, now I lost my train of thought. Hold on, let me scroll back. Shit, now I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, yeah. So she talked about on the 29th getting in a fight with Ethan about his grade in geometry, that it was an E. And an E is failing. So, but why would she tell her boyfriend that the kid died? That's what doesn't make sense. So, anyway, she said she got into a fight with him about his geometry. He drew on the worksheet that he was supposed to turn in, right? That was, in her words, that was a paper for geometry she was supposed to turn in. He was. If I opened up Power School, which I've been there. My kids went to school at Romeo High School. I know all about Power School. I had Power School. So if I open up my kids' Power School, which this is a true story, and they're getting an E, you know what I do? I say, go get me your backpack. And then you know what I did? I'd say, get me your folders. I want to see your papers. And I looked. So if you see your kid is failing a class, what's your first instinct? Get your fucking papers. Get your papers. I mean, that was my first thing. I want to see your work. I want to see what you have. I want to see what you haven't done. I want to see what you have been given back, graded. I want to see your shit. But do you know what she did? She didn't do that. Because if she did, she would have seen the disturbing. There were 50 drawings in his backpack. 50. Why didn't they bring that up? When they showed the drawing, why didn't they tell the jury there's 50 more of these in this backpack? I don't get it. Karchi. You have to look, right? I mean, that would be my first instinct. Look. There was 50 drawings of guns and disturbing drawings in his backpack. Unbelievable. So then you take it to the next level of stupidity, which involves the school, and the next day, right? He gets caught drawing this disturbing drawing, which he's got 49 of them in his bag already. But he gets caught drawing this disturbing shit. Help me. The voices won't stop. Blood everywhere. Bullets. My new gun. A person in a cape. I mean, a person bleeding out. Then he gets sent down to the office and he sits with that counselor for an hour and a half. An hour and a half. And that counselor never had a thought pop in his head. Maybe he has other drawings like this. Maybe he's drawn stuff like this before. Or maybe he's writing stuff like this. Maybe I can ask Ethan, hey, have you ever drawn stuff like this before? Oh, you have? Do you have any other drawings in your backpack? I mean, what are you doing for an hour and a half with this kid? Because it took his shit parents an hour and a half to get there. His dad was door dashing breakfast, I guess. Oh yeah, and then she says she's a helicopter mother. I mean, it's just why are we sitting here for 9 hours? I hope they're trying to make sense of this. And I hope they're carefully playing her words. And he says he practiced gun safety. Oh, I know gun safety. No, you don't, because you were pointing a gun in your freaking kitchen, waving it all around. These kids, they didn't teach them shit. Yes, a couple families have suits against the counselor and the teachers and the administrators. Idiots. How can you sit there for an hour and a half with a psychology degree and never ask this kid if he has other drawings or look in his backpack or ask to look in his bag? Did they ask to? Everybody says, oh, they don't have the right to. I don't hear Ethan was saying you're not looking in this backpack. I mean, did they ask? And I think everybody who is saying, oh, this woman shouldn't be sitting there, have maybe done things just as irresponsible. And they're worried about themselves because I can't get the 4 kids out of my mind and what their families have to deal with every night. I can't imagine this lady walking out of this building after just 2 years like nothing. Right back to the horses, because you know what she said? I wouldn't have changed a thing. There's got to be one motherfucker on this jury that's holding this up. It's got to be. Because it's not that deep and it's not that hard to figure out. We're not talking about a nation of defendants. We're talking about Jennifer Crumbley. And Jennifer Crumbley's actions. All I see is male lawyers defending her. Oh, she shouldn't be sitting there because I'm a lawyer and I don't think it's right. Well, guess what? The Supreme Court of Michigan wouldn't even hear Shannon and Muriel try to get the charges dropped. You know why? Because there's victims in this case. This isn't just about Jennifer. Right? Jennifer's breathing oxygen. Ethan is breathing oxygen. Sickening, man. A dangerous precedent for what? Taking care of your kid? What's the precedent? What's so dangerous? Let's talk about that. Because this has nothing to do with gun laws. No one's trying to take your weapons. Don't worry. What is the dangerous precedence? I keep hearing people saying that. What's dangerous? You know what's dangerous? The fact that the fact that there could be another school shooting tomorrow and this could be swept under the rug like no big fucking deal. That's what's dangerous in my eyes. Because nothing has changed with school shootings. We still have them. Oh, we passed this legislation. Oh, we passed that legislation. Maybe legislation isn't what's going to fix the fucking problem. Does legislation fix anything in the end? No. It's going to take getting to the bottom of the problem, which is it starts at home. And if you're scared you're going to end up in Jennifer Crumbley's shoes, maybe rethink your parenting process and the things that you have access to in your home. I don't know what else to say. Because one kid, innocent child who just went to school and dies is enough for me. I'm not worried about people that are worried about being a shit parent and getting in trouble. I'm worried about my granddaughter being able to go to school and be safer. And, you know, parents who aren't picking up on warning signs of their own children and then my kid dies because of it. No. What is the dangerous precedent? I don't get it. But why would you be in Jennifer's seat next year? What do you do that you would be worried that you would ever be in her shoes? Yeah, it's about being responsible. Why is it so hard for people? I don't get it. She doesn't have to be the direct cause of the shooting. It's involuntary manslaughter. All she has to do is contribute to the killings. Her negligent actions contributed to the shooting that happened that day. Katie, I don't think he had friends. I don't think he had friends. And uncivil law, I mean, no offense, but I'm coming at this from a mom. I raised boys. I had boys that got depressed. I had boys that went through things. I have a boy that has PTSD. And when my son was suffering from PTSD, I didn't say, hey, let's go get a gun. It'll be fun, she said. I'll leave the ammo laying around, she said. If it was a hobby, you put the ammo somewhere locked. You lock your gun. You don't lie. And the other thing is she lied and lied and lied and lied. And I hope the jury picks up on the lies because you can't trust someone who's a lying liar who lies. And I don't care what kind of precedent it sends. I hope it sends a precedent that you better pay better attention. Because if you're an asshole parent, you might end up in her shoes. No. I get it, Uncivil. I don't have a way to send a link right now. I'm sorry. And my computer has fucking been acting up, overloaded. I don't think I can open another app. But I appreciate you. And I'm not trying to be a bitch. I see all of the lawyers saying, and I get it. You're looking at it at a bigger spectrum. And I'm looking at it like I'm actually floored that the jury is so nuts and not nuts that they're taking so long. I thought that, wow, they're either going to like find her not guilty right away. And now that they haven't done that, like, see, globalism is a really good example. She's a mom, she's a gun owner, and she's not worried about being in Jennifer's shoes. Hang on, let me see if I can get you a link. Let me try this. I'm going to try this other way to do this. If it crashes me, I guess I can always come back live. Hold on, Uncivil. I'm actually going to pull up this. Thanks for letting me rant, though. I get really worked up because maddens me. I cover these shootings, and it's just, why does it have to keep happening? Like, something different needs to happen, and maybe it is something big like this. No, they did not lock the gun. Truth Bomb, did you watch the trial? We can't go against the evidence now. They did not lock the gun. The lock was still in the packaging. Let's not pick and choose what we want to believe. Oh, uncivil law. He's like, I want to come up and talk the law. All right, hold up. Hold on. I can't with James's face on the screen. We need to get rid of that. I've got to make sure I've got other stuff closed down. Law is fun. You know, it is. And I am so interested, and you know that because you came up here before. And I'm totally interested in learning, you know, the law and hearing that side of things. I'm not against that. But in this case, I think that, you know, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, from a juror standpoint, or, you know, regular people like me who don't know all the laws and are going to have questions. So I really want to know what you have to say about the precedents. I'm trying to get this melon thing up. Hold on. Oh, I have to use Chrome. That's why. Uncivil law is so patient. All right. Hopefully this works. How do you invite someone on here? There it is. I found the link. Christ almighty. God almighty. All right, here we go. I'm going to throw this in the chat. He'll pop up here in like 2 seconds, too. Okay. There it is. There it is. All right, let's get this off here. And let's switch it over to uncivil law coming up. All right. You guys will be able to see him up here. Okay.
Uncivil law joined.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, I have an echo.
No problem. I'm going to change it so it puts in my ears.
All
There
right.
shouldn't be an echo anymore.
All right. So I'm giving you the floor. Tell me about this precedence. I got to know what this dangerous precedence is.
Okay. As I slowly choke over here for some reason.
No, you're all right. Get a drink.
Excuse me. Okay. So one of the important things to keep in mind is that we work on a common law system in the United States, which means that decisions in one case influence the set of cases, the set of related cases. And between jurisdictions, they can be influential because the decision of one jurisdiction isn't binding on another, but it is influential. It's persuasive to another. So things have a tendency of spreading. And there's a sort of a common saying in law that hard facts make bad law. And that saying comes from cases that are like this. You have a case where the facts are really bad. And there is naturally an outrage from people because this horrible thing has happened and there should be justice for this horrible thing. So the moral outrage, the righteous outrage is very understandable. The problem in our system is it has a very strong tendency of not stopping there. And it will be applied in cases in which the facts are weaker or more uncertain, especially when you consider there's about 3,300 counties in the United States and various prosecutors of those 3,300 counties, as they're looking to make their name potentially for their own political attributions or political goals, will be incentivized to potentially bring these kinds of cases under which situations are the facts are less certain. So,
but not to interrupt you, but don't you think that should be handled on a case-by-case basis? And it shouldn't be downplayed in a case like this where it really is kind of warranted.
Yeah, well, the problem is because the next case, there's a bit of a slippery slope problem, which isn't so much a fallacy in our system of law as just the nature of common law, because things have a tendency of building on each other. The next case is probably slightly less certain. Then the case after that is slightly less certain, and suddenly you wind in a position where you're dealing with facts that are nothing like the current situation, because little by little, sort of boiling frog style, you have diluted and transformed what was the righteous outrage principle into a rule that applies to a set of cases. So what I sort of counsel people is, at some point you have to forget about the case in front of you and think about the rule. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, sort of when we break this down, at the end of the day, this can't be about Ethan, and it can't be about James, and it can't be about Jennifer. It can't be about any of these people, because we live in a society where we talk about equal justice under law. So it's like, what is the rule? And this case is, if it goes forward, is a case that sort of suggests what the rule might be. But the rule will apply to cases beyond the immediate. So I don't know if that's too much philosophy, but
well, I think it's a little deep for what the jurors are going to be deciding, though, right? Like, they're not going to be thinking, they shouldn't be thinking of the rule. They should be thinking of what the evidence is and, if it fits what the charges are, right? So
yeah, I'm not speaking to what the jury
they're human.
Will do. I'm speaking to the
right, but they're human, right?
That.
And they're going to be thinking, damn, maybe my kid could be a depressed kid and I may not pick up on it and I might be there. But to look at it I
tend to agree with you. I've been predicting the jury's going to come back guilty, so I tend to agree with you.
You do?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it is.
Okay.
Well, I think because I think that the facts are sort of, what they are. There's no evidence that the gun was kept locked. The lock looks like it's in the original packaging. I've seen enough original packaging. It looks undisturbed to me.
Yeah.
The safe is in its original combination. The idea that they reset it and set it back seems pretty preposterous. That's not what we would think is a reasonable doubt. Mm-hmm. That they bought the gun for him, and the ammo for him, that they were knowledgeable of his ability to use the firearm because they saw him doing it, arguably teaching him.
Well, he taught his mom.
They
yeah.
had some Yeah, exactly so. That there were signs of depression, although how obvious those signs of depression are questionable when you sort of think about how teenagers communicate and what kind of things they say. I don't know for sure, but I have a sneaking suspicion that even like the math test with the gun and the help me is not particularly outrageous for the things that teenagers sometimes write and say. But that's neither here nor there. I think that just the sort of, they've seen the video. Mm-hmm. They've heard from the principal. They've heard from the principal let a child die in their arms. They heard from a teacher who was shot. They've seen a video of the school shooting. They've seen pictures of the blood. They're going to be kind of pissed. So they're going to, they're going to want some blood of their own.
Do you disagree with the prosecutors showing that evidence? How do you feel about that? Like them showing the actual video and all that.
Not in principle. It's arguably too much, but it is probative to the question of the murder. You do have to prove the homicide. This is a homicide chart after all. Mm-hmm. It's involuntary manslaughter, but that's a homicide. So you have to prove the homicide. So showing the shooting is fine. I think to some degree you could make a case for it being too much in its scope, but when you're thinking about challenging that on an appeal decision, very unlikely. I don't think they should have brought in the child's journal. I think that was an error by the court, but
I feel like they had to show his state of mind though, and like where he was in the process of planning this thing and how long he had been, kind of thinking about it. I'm confused in my mind now what's actually been brought in and what hasn't now, because we've been replaying Ethan's portion. So I just wanted to show everybody, kind of the step before this, what was going on with Ethan, what happened with Ethan's, because not a lot of people covered it. He pled guilty. It wasn't a lot of hoopla. This is a big deal. So I understand why everybody's paying attention now. But the precedents you talk about...
it's obvious that what is true for Ethan's mental state isn't necessarily true for anyone else's mental state. So, all that evidence is valid as to what Ethan was thinking, but it's not very valid as to what anyone else thought or knew because their perspectives are different.
Sure. But don't you think the precedents that you talk about was already kind of set when the Supreme Court wouldn't even hear them out for an appeal?
Well, the Court of Appeals certainly made its decision, which I disagreed with. And it's not surprising that the Supreme Court didn't grant review at this time. They may very well grant review later. In fact, I'd be slightly surprised if they didn't, to be quite honest, because it's a somewhat, it's more than somewhat, it's a novel application of the law. And I'd be surprised if the state Supreme Court doesn't review it, although I'd also be surprised if they changed their mind at this point, but
what about,
we'll see.
Another thing I wanted to run by you is I noticed that that Judge Matthews has on her docket for May a hearing for Shannon Smith on sanctions, possible sanctions. I'm not really familiar about sanctions, but I looked up an article and it said that last November there was an accusation that she leaked evidence about the shooter that wasn't supposed to come out in the trial. Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, what could possibly happen in a case like that? I've never experienced anything like that happening in anything I've followed.
Well, there were allegations that were a lot like that in the Delphi murder cases that I'm sure you might have been following as well, with their attorneys were accused of leaking information, which is one of the reasons the judge kicked him off the first place.
Right.
And then the state Supreme Court put him back on the case because of process concerns. But yeah, what can happen to an attorney?
What could happen at that hearing?
What can happen at the hearing? Probably monetary sanctions, I would imagine. If they can show more of a deliberate, as opposed to just pure negligence, like we made a whoopsies, if they can show more
it was to the media,
a reckless idea.
Yeah, it was to the media.
Well,
directly.
I understand who it was. Okay, well, if they can show that, they can show the intent and it's in violation of the court order and the court order is clear, then you're looking at a bar complaint and the bar is going to whack you over the head.
What could possibly happen? What's the worst possible scenario?
Hypothetically, a disbarment, but more realistically, public reprimand is the most likely severe sanction.
And that's a big deal to a defense attorney.
It's a big deal to every attorney because you have to report that on every bar application, and getting a reprimand is a pretty big deal to an attorney.
Yeah. So is it pretty normal if there's an accusation like that I know in the Delphi case, Judge Gall didn't have a hearing. She was like, F you, you're just not going to be on this case anymore. But is it normal for them to hold a hearing? And do you think at that hearing they'll present, like, if the prosecutor will present, like, hey, this is what she did, this is who she gave the info to, this is an email or whatever? Is that what's going to happen there? Because I'm interested.
Yeah. I have no objection to this at all. I mean, both sets of attorneys should be following the rules, and if you can prove that either set of attorneys has been violating the rules, especially willfully, then I have no problem with this. Whack them over the head. There are rules, man.
Yeah.
There are rules.
So another thing, I want to hear what you think of Shannon Smith overall in her defense of Jennifer Crumbley. I'm sure you've talked about this on your channel.
Yeah. I thought her cross-examinations generally were good. There was one where it went very long, but I think that was a strategic call because she was trying to run out the clock on the day, and she was doing it deliberately, but it just went on and on and on. Overall, her crosses have been good. Everything else, I think, has been disaster fuel. Her opening was C- at best. I was listening to Taylor Swift this morning. I'm like, really? I know. This
gate.
This really? And it's like, bandages don't fix bullet holes. I'm like, really? This is the line you want to go with? Really? Bandages don't fix bullet holes? Let's just get that thought right in the jury's mind? Seems deeply questionable. Also, she misquoted the lyric, but that's okay. I'm sure no one will notice.
Taylor's not going to complain.
And then her close was very strange to me. The first 5 minutes of it or so, first 10 minutes of it or so were great. And then the next 20 minutes were disaster fuel. And then after that, it got pretty good. But in no sense was it anything resembling a close I'd ever get. Do you really have to go into open court and be like, yeah, one of my children was an oopsie baby. And one of my children likes it when I do this, but I don't like to do that thing. And my other children likes to do the Kardashian thing, and I like to do that. It's like, damn, do you really have to come publicly out and say I have favorites?
And then mentioned her son's,
but do you have to say it out loud?
She mentioned her son's private parts as well in her closing. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Weird.
She mentioned the words child pornography in open court, which is not necessarily the best way, I think, to go about it. And her direct of her own client was an absolute trash fire. Because, I mean, why do you ask these questions if you know the answer? I'm not saying you should lie, but I'm saying why ask the question if you know the answer? Hey, looking back, do you see any signs of mental health? Nope. Okay, looking back, is there anything you do differently? Nope. All right, do you think you're the victim? Well, I don't want to call myself the victim, but... I'm like, really? Seriously? Why ask these questions? And then also, there were no other witnesses from the defense. We could have had some child psychologist experts. Apparently, the state had an expert who they wanted to bring on, to which the defense objected. And this expert is an expert in, predictability of violence and the pathways to violence and how violence can beget, sort of patterns of violence. But apparently one of the things this expert would have testified to would have been that even the experts can't predict it in retrospect, because there have been studies where they give, like, trained professionals, like FBI agents and stuff like that, they give them text messages and they're like, hey, are these the text messages of a school shooter? And apparently the experts only get it right about 30% of the time. So if the experts can only get right 30% of the time, what hope is there for, mom just working her day? And I'm like, apparently the defense objected to this expert on the idea it's not reliable enough. And I'm like, not only would I not object, I would seriously consider foregoing cross just so I can call the expert again in my own case in chief, because this is so good for me.
Advantage.
I want this expert as my witness. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah.
Right.
But
there was a psychiatrist that testified at Ethan's and testified that he was borderline a feral child.
Okay.
Pretty interesting.
That seems a bit much to me.
This whole case
I don't think
is
that's true. But feral child, I don't think he is a feral child based on anything I really would understand that term. There actually have been such cases. He is not one of them.
I think that's a bit extreme too. I don't think a feral child would be wearing Nikes, right? I mean, if you're
he can speak and comprehend language. There was a somewhat famous, depressing case of a child who was kept in total isolation throughout their entire, from birth to like I forget, like 10 years old or something. They're kept essentially in a closet, okay? And it was a famous case out of California, and when the child was eventually found, they spoke no language, and they've been in an institution ever since. And based on what Wikipedia what Wikipedia articles I've read, like no ability to communicate, no ability, they just are, because they never learned it when they were young. They've apparently never been bad. So that's a feral child. That's pretty depressing.
Yeah.
But I would like to talk a little bit more about the precedent, because we kind of blew past that. I'd like to illustrate. I like to illustrate the problem a little bit better. So first of all, we have to keep in mind when it comes to parents, you both have duties to not do things and duties to do things, because parents with respect to their children do have affirmative duties. So I, as just a random stranger, if your child is suffering, I don't have to do anything about it. I can, if I'm so inclined, see a child, suffering on the street and just walk by. Now, what that says about my morality, we'll leave for another day. But legally, I can. But you as a parent can't. You have the duty to clothe them and feed them and keep them warm and everything else. So, and the mother in this case is being charged both ways, because the state has brought both theories, both and not for doing things. For example, not taking steps to secure the firearm, not taking steps to get him mental health. The failure to do things is part of the state's case, and a major part. So as I'm sort of thinking about the precedent of this, you have to think, or at least I think, about how this would apply in other scenarios. So for example, let's suppose that a parent is aware their child is running with gangs because they live in an inner city, for example. All right, now maybe the parent isn't buying the guns, maybe the parent isn't buying the drugs, but maybe they're aware that their child dabbles in such things and dabbles in drugs and all the rest of it. In many states, if a dealer gives a controlled substance, like, or an illegal substance, and someone dies as a result of that, that's murder. Some states define it as third-degree murder. But, if I, as a street dealer, give a drug and then someone dies of it, I can be charged with murder. Okay, usually a lower kind of murder, but still. So let's suppose that the mother or father in the scenario of their child knows that their child is perhaps a user and perhaps is a dealer, in so much as they've ever given the drug ever to a friend or whatever, which probably legally makes them a dealer. So is the failure of this parent now to not intervene, to not take steps to prevent their child from being in a gang, to not, do things, is that enough to charge that parent? Now, maybe the answer should be yes. But I'm just like, this is the kind of scenarios we're concerned about. Maybe, or for a car for that matter, the parents are aware that the child has had some problems speeding, or has had some tickets, or has done some reckless things in the past.
I have a thought. Enough? I want to ask you a question. So how is this any different? Besides the age, right? Ethan was 15. How is this any different than a kid, a little toddler, getting his hands on a loaded gun that's laying on a coffee table and shooting his sibling? That parent would be charged, would they not?
It depends on your jurisdiction. And to the extent you can, there are usually state-specific laws that allow for that.
Do you think they should be?
Probably.
Why?
Yeah, for example, in the state in question, in Michigan, at least partially in response to this, passed a law specifically saying that if you fail to keep your arms in, sufficient security, and then someone uses that firearm to die or kill someone, then that's a crime. So they've recognized that as a crime. Why? Because, it's an inherently dangerous thing. A gun is inherently dangerous.
It's a deadly weapon.
Yes, that too. Yeah,
I mean,
that too.
I'm just saying, like, what's the difference? If you're not being a responsible gun owner, doesn't the burden fall on you that you were irresponsible? And I think that,
yeah.
And I also think, one more thought. Don't you? I'm writing down my notes as you talk. Don't you think the fact that these charges always would include a death of somebody, that it would definitely be looking at like on a case by case basis? It's not so broad. Like, people are thinking, if I'm a shit parent, I'm going to end up in Crumbley's shoes. No, I mean, this is involuntary manslaughter. This isn't a neglect of, I didn't feed my kid, or my kid's dirty, right? It's got to be more specific than that.
it's involuntary manslaughter for the moment. And as I've sort of alluded, I don't really have any particular objection. Now, I might object, let me phrase this properly. From a policy perspective, like should this law exist, I might object if the legislature was considering such a law. But from a legal perspective, once the law is in place, like the policymakers have had their judgment. So if the policymakers want to make a law that says, if you don't keep your gun sufficiently stored, then you can be held responsible, regardless of what I think as whether that law is a good idea or not. As a theoretical judge, I'm like, well, this is what the legislature said. It's my duty to enforce that. So I don't really have a particular problem as a judge or a legal commentator when the legislature acts. The problem here is they're desperately trying to squeeze something into a law where it really doesn't belong. This isn't a case where we're charging someone under a statute that specifically says X, therefore Y. We're trying to squeeze it into a scenario, and by doing so necessarily broaden out its confines in ways that are somewhat unpredictable into the future, because I can't foresee all ends.
I see what you're saying, the slippery slope. I do understand what you're saying, but I do still come at it from a mom standpoint. I can't not. But I want to ask you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong in your outrage. I mean, I would be outraged too. You're it's not like I'm not feeling.
No, I get it.
Although maybe I'm accused of that sometimes. But I do like the idea that justice can be zealous but not passionate. I do like the idea that justice should be cold-blooded, because we need to look at things in a dispassionate way, which isn't to say that we shouldn't care, but it is to say we need to think about this in a universal way. I like Immanuel Kant, the philosopher, talks about categorical imperatives. I tend to think very categorically. So I want a rule that I can apply in a categorical way to the entire set of cases so that I can know how to do things in the set of cases as to not be arbitrary. And I am concerned because this case is, by its nature, stretching out something in a way that says, what does it say about the set of cases? Again, not only in this state, not only for this kind of case, but 3,300 prosecutors in this nation, plus the feds. So that's another 94. So what do the 3,394 prosecutors about this? Well, how will they go in the future as we're thinking about drugs or gangs or guns or cars or whatever other scenario someone wants to dream up someday? Lawyers are nothing if endlessly creative.
I like Crime Solver's comment. They said, thank you for this discussion. It's an important topic and brings us to the line of legal versus moral responsibility for parenting and consequences.
Yeah, the one of the problems in the moral outrage is people sometimes don't, at least in my view, sufficiently appreciate how things can swing and how things that seem morally obvious are not so morally obvious when applied in a different direction. They don't appreciate the law. I tend to think the law globally is very moral, because the law globally is trying to accomplish two things. It's trying to deal with the case in front of it while also not being arbitrary, because we don't want judges just issuing arbitrary treatment. That's bad. We've tried that. It doesn't go great. When judges could just be like, yeah, you're guilty, you're innocent for essentially whims. So the law needs to create a set of rules that amalgamates all the morality so that even if in a particular application it's immoral, that in the grand it's moral, because if we make an exception for the one case, then suddenly we're back into an arbitrary system and everything goes to hell. So I think people sometimes don't appreciate that the law is moral, because it's like as you actually try to think about how this applies to the entire set of cases, it's hard to do better a lot of the time.
I have a question for you that I don't know what this could mean or what it could lead to, if anything. So I've been watching the school board meetings at the Oxford Community Schools, and two parents, and I don't even know what this means, but they've called on the governor to investigate the shooting at the school and the school's response. How does that work? Like, how do you call on the governor, and what actually makes a governor like move and get on something like that, or do they?
Well, I believe there has been an official report already done on this shooting. I don't know by whom, but of course,
it was independent.
In your First Amendment right,
it was an independent.
Yeah, one of your First Amendment rights, of course, is to petition for redress. It is one of your specific First Amendment rights. So you have the right to say, "Hey, government, fix this." So going to the governor and be like, "Get off your ass and do better." Hey, that's a First Amendment right too. So go forth, my friends.
Did you follow the Cremo, Robert Cremo, the shooting in Highland Park, Illinois, by chance?
No.
Okay, so
I don't. Maybe if you remind me of the facts, it will come to.
It was a
mind,
parade shooting.
To me.
It was a parade shooting, and he was really odd looking, and he actually was. They raided his mom's house. His mom was out there screaming, but he shot like 7 people at a parade. Well, long story short, his dad, even though this guy was not a minor, his dad signed the co-signed the gun license thing or application, and that was the gun that was used. Did he freeze?
Uncivil law joined.
Hold on. I lost you for a second.
Welcome to Uncivil as Justice. Okay, you're back now. All right.
Was that me? Did I lose you?
Yeah, I think you dropped out. That's what I saw, at least on my. It was just me for a second.
Oh wow, sorry about that. So
no worries.
Did you hear what I said about Cremo? I don't know how much.
Yeah,
you
about his father signed the gun license in Illinois or whatever. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so he actually killed like, I don't know if it was how many people. I think it was like 7. But regardless, the dad actually was charged. I don't know the charges. I'd like to look it up. But it was something where he got probation and I think like 3 months in jail. It was something not major. But he also can never own a firearm, and he can never sign for another application for someone for a firearm. But I thought it was interesting that that's really the only other parent we really heard having, getting charged after their son or daughter shoots people. Do you think that the Crumbleys could have gotten lesser charges that would have stuck better?
I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know the law in Illinois and every other state with respect to state-specific law, because there's state-specific law for everything. So I don't really think there's anything lesser included here. I mean, they could have been charged with some sort of child neglect, I suppose, but they didn't really want to do that. They wanted, their big boy count. So I did note that recently a California woman who stabbed their boyfriend 108 times was sentenced to probation and community service.
Saw that.
So sometimes,
marijuana rage.
That doesn't make sense.
What the heck?
Yeah, I'm not buying that one. Maybe the state should choose to appeal that sentence. That might be good. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah.
108 times stabbing. 108 times stabbing. Oh, it's whoopsie doopsie. I was like, yeah.
Well, and that's a little concerning for people who smoke marijuana, because it was blamed on a marijuana. I don't know what they called it, but I've never heard of anybody.
Psychosis.
Yeah. THC psychosis. That's what it was. It's like, what? Usually, that's not cool, because I don't think that is the true cause of what she did.
I'm having a real hard time believing that if this woman were a man, that the sentence would have been the same. I'm just saying.
That's a lot of stabbings, man. That's really disturbing.
That's a lot of stabbings. If it were 109, though, we'd get serious. But it was only 108, so it's not so bad.
Oh my God, uncivil. That is disturbing as hell, though. But crazier things happen. But what do you think? Why is it taking them so long?
I don't know. Maybe they're thinking about some of the issues. I mean, they could be thinking about it strictly on the law because there's an issue of gross negligence, and I'd have to go read the exact language of the jury instructions again. But I remember reading them. I'm like, well, you could argue that there is a problem with foreseeability, and even because you only have a duty to prevent what you can see,
right,
or foresee, or reasonably foreseeable, and
they have to come to that
the court
conclusion,
of appeal,
right?
Yeah,
that they foresaw.
And the Court of Appeals, what they wrote in their decision, and they said it twice, was that it would have been reasonable for the parents to foresee that Ethan was going to commit a shooting on that day. And I note, for example, that did not make it into the jury instructions. So there's an issue for an appeal if they're convicted right there, because I'm not sure the jury was properly charged.
Wait, what was that?
Apparently, according to...
Say that again?
Well, the Court of Appeals in its decision, well, I could actually get the exact language, I'm paraphrasing it, but they said twice in their decision that it would be reasonable for the parents to foresee that Ethan was going to do a shooting on that day.
On that exact day.
And I'm like, that's a lot of foreseeability, man. I don't know. That's a lot of ability to see the future.
Wow.
And that did not make it into the jury instructions, so there's an argument there the jury is not properly charged, because if that's what the jury has to find, then it should be in the jury instructions. So there's an appeal for you.
Can you explain their first question yesterday when they were asking about the two different ways they can charge them?
Yeah. So they're charging under basically two different theories. The doing things and not doing things is the two different ways, because they're a parent with respect to their child who was charged as an adult, but somehow never mind. So they're both an adult and not an adult, which is interesting, but okay. Anyways, for their doing things and not doing things, the doing things such as buying a firearm and not doing things, failure to take them to psychological counseling and such. So those are the different things, and they wanted to know if the one was dependent on the other, which they're not. Either way, we'll be fine.
Oh, I see.
And they don't even have to agree. They don't even have to agree as to the theory, which is an interesting legal determination in the state, but okay.
Well, and they're forced to fill in the blanks, like they said. Are we supposed to fill in the blanks on why the shooter didn't testify? What his part is, what his thoughts are on his mother's actions, and what he says where he got the gun. And that's what I was saying. I'm like, these people are going to want to know when he got the gun in his hand, when he took possession of that and put it in his backpack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think there's stories going on here, because the Crumbleys are telling conflicting stories. Like the boyfriend said, oh, she told me it was in her car the day of the shooting. Whoa, what? So did they never take it out on Saturday after the gun range? Because she said she brought the bullets in and hid them, but she was waiting for James to get home from work to bring the gun in. But we never heard anything past that. And then the prosecutor said, would you deny that you were the last adult to have possession of that gun? And she said, no, I won't deny that. So she's not even clarifying, yeah, James brought it in. So if I was a juror, I'd be sitting there going, well, what the fuck? What happened to the gun after the Saturday at the gun range? And that's probably where they're wanting Ethan to fill in this blank, because they can't have James fill it in. So, like, are we just supposed to guess? Because that's where they're left. Because we've got the gun case on the bed that Jennifer slept in and got out of bed that morning, and there was no gun case there. So we've got that sitting there, and then we've got the boyfriend saying, she told me it was in her car. So what do you believe as a juror?
I'm not sure it really matters one way or another, to be quite honest, to me, because whether it was left in the car or left in the house in an unsecured safe, I'm not sure what difference it makes. But
see, to me, it would, as a juror. I would want to know, because now that the parents are severed, maybe when they were together, it wouldn't have mattered to me so much, because I would have been like, okay, they're being tried together, they're being tried as a couple. So it doesn't matter if one's more culpable than the other. But now we've got Jennifer.
That's definitely not the right way to think about it, though.
Why?
I have to be honest.
But why?
Well, because obviously, even if they're charged together, the questions are still completely independent. Whether they're charged together or separately should not change your evaluation of the evidence with respect to one or the other, because they're completely separate charges for completely separate individuals. They being charged together or separally shouldn't change your evaluation of the evidence.
Okay. And that's something, if I was a juror, that would be explained to me. So I don't know those things as a layperson, but I'm thinking myself, like, I know James and Jennifer are separate now, right? So who bought the gun, right? Is this going to be something that people have talked about in my chat? James did, right? He signed that paperwork. He got the background check. He's the official owner of that gun. However, on the other hand, we have Jennifer, who's transporting the gun to and from the range. And she's the last one to have her mitts on it, as far as we know. So as a juror, I would be thinking, Who was the irresponsible one that didn't lock it up the last time they used it? I might be thinking that.
It'll be really interesting if Jennifer is acquitted, if either party calls her as a witness in James's case.
Ooh,
that'll be fun.
Thought of that. Oh, that would be some shit. Wouldn't it be some shit to see one walk and the other one not? Ooh.
Yeah, and then everyone pins it on the guy, and all the Manosphere people have a field day with that one. Of course, it's the guy who gets pinned with everything.
Well, and I think the guy, he was getting the flack, I think, before. Now I've noticed a lot of people saying, I see she was running the show here. Like, she was the breadwinner. She was telling him what to do and when to do it. He was running around. He was the runarounder while she was working. And I feel that the dynamic was that there was no way that dude was going to go spend hundreds of dollars on anything without her approval. That's the perception I got from their family dynamic.
Could be. Yeah, their family seemed to have problems, but again, I don't know that their problems are.
And you're buying a horse online for $5,000. I mean, that was testified to. It doesn't look too good.
She was trying to sell the horse for $5,000.
No, she bought it originly. She was drinking one night, went online and bought it, and it was shipped. $5,000, just dropped it, and she told the.
I mean, who among us have not ordered something online? He who is without sin cast the first stone.
Right, but our kids also didn't end up killing 4 other kids while we were having affairs and buying horses and dressing wounds on horses. Our kids weren't killing other kids, so that's why it matters. It doesn't matter in a regular scenario. It doesn't really matter. I can get drunk every night if I want to. That's my prerogative. But if I'm drunk and my kid gets my gun and my bullets and goes and kills 4 other kids, I should be held accountable for being a drunk mom, doing whatever I'm doing and not paying attention to my firearm that he's not legally allowed to have. That would be my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure at the time he was legally prohibited from having it either, but because I don't remember that being a fact that was brought into evidence either.
The what?
I mean, he's not allowed to have it. I mean, he's not allowed to buy it, but possession is different than ownership.
But they're denying that he had possession. They're saying that they locked it up, but then we saw the lock wasn't used. So I feel like a little truth would have gone a long way with Jennifer. Like,
that lock was never used. That's a lie.
Yeah, it's bullshit, and that's what would make me question all of their stories and all of their things they're trying to make me believe about them. I wouldn't believe any of it. Too many lies. I'd be like, can't believe anything this chick says. So I would want the son. So I wish that Ethan would have testified. That would have really, I think, put greater depth to the case instead of it being so surface kind of with the evidence they were able to present. And what are your thoughts on the jury getting pulled out left and right? I mean, I don't even remember what they heard and what I, versus what we heard. Do you think that the jury was confused by that? Or do you think what do you think the jury, what was going on in their minds?
With respect to what?
With the constant interruptions by Shannon and having to leave the room and come back in and then forget what the questions were. Like, it just seemed like it was such a cluster, even like, especially when they were questioning the boyfriend. She was interrupting. She did not want that info to come out. So she kept interrupting. And then he's like, I don't even know what your question was. Like, imagine the jury's confusion.
Yeah. Most of the time, I don't think the jury was brought out of the room. We have apparently no problem with speaking objections right in front of the jury, which is also slightly hilarious that we're rolling that way. But okay.
How about in the very beginning that the judge was like, do you want to go out in the hallway? I'm like, what? They're going to do a sidebar in the hallway? Have you ever heard of that?
No, apparently the issue was because they had so many jurors that the jury box wasn't big enough, and some of the jurors were too close to prevent them from being overheard. So it's like, we can't do a sidebar because of this. So
I mean,
we either have to do speaking objections or do sidebars in the hall. I'm like, okay.
Like, they had 2 years to plan this trial. I just don't get it. Yeah, very weird. Yeah. Do you like the judge? Do you like how she's handled it? Do you think she's...
No.
You don't like it?
I don't like the way anyone has handled it. It's been so informal and like school guardy. And I one of the things I had for the defense's lawyer is like, do you know how to make an objection? Here's how to make an objection. Objection. Foundation. Here's how not to make objection. Your Honor, I don't really know what the prosecutor's talking about. I don't really understand what their basis is, and if they could just be a little bit clear about what their reasoning is. I just, if it could get a little bit clarity on that, blah, blah. And then the prosecutor says something, and then we have arguing for the next 5 minutes. That's not good.
Yeah. And I didn't like how, I'm not a lawyer, but I didn't like how she didn't own her courtroom. Like, she even asked the media, can I ask you to leave? It's like, dude, this is your courtroom. You tell them what they can do in here.
Yeah, can I? The style of the thing is driving me batty, because as a judge, I'm like, okay, here's what we're going to do. You get to object, and the other guy gets to talk, and then I'm going to make a decision. That's the end of the discussion time.
Right.
And I'm going to make a ruling, and you're all going to sit down and shut up.
Yes, have some order in your court. And she's
we're
like,
going to move on.
Okay, is that okay? It's like no conviction in her. I think she said sustained once.
Yeah. So I don't like the way the defense lawyer acts. She acts like this frazzled girl. I was like, I'm just so frazzled. I don't know what's going on. I'm a one-woman show. I'm like, well, first of all, whose fault is it you're a one-woman show? Second of all, if this is too much for you, why did you take the case?
Right.
Third of all, why do I care? And so forth and so on. And
do you think that Jennifer could file for ineffective counsel based on Shannon's performance?
Sadly, no. The bar for ineffective counsel is so low.
Yeah.
That
how bad does it have to be?
It has to be pretty bad. It has not been held ineffective at counsel at times when lawyers have been drunk. It has not been held to be ineffective assistance of counsel when they've fallen asleep. It has to be pretty bad.
That is bad.
It has to be pretty bad.
The standard is pretty low for that.
It's pretty low.
Wow, that's shocking. I know I've never really heard of anybody getting a new trial. We've heard people try, but I've never really heard them succeed in that.
The only thing I can think of for is basically for failure to investigate lines of inquiry. So if there are possible defenses, the lawyer is obligated to investigate those lines, but isn't necessarily obligated to pick any particular line of investigation once they make a decision. So because there might be any number of reasons a lawyer might not want to present a particular witness or ask a particular question for strategic considerations. And that's fine. And that was we heard some of that where the prosecutor's like, well, if that's their strategy, then, fine.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't think that was, but yeah, it's a strategic call. Do you want this in or not? Do you want us to ask that question or not? Do you care about the door or not? Apparently we don't care the door. We don't like doors. It was your idea in the first place, counselor, by the way. So
bring it all in.
You were the one objecting to the door in the first place, so I'm not sure what's going on, but all right.
Did you hear me ranting about the chinchilla picture?
Ooh, there were chinchillas in this case? I did not.
Okay, so when Jennifer was questioned by Shannon, they pulled up all those Facebook pictures from her Facebook post to show her their life was normal. And there was a picture of Ethan snuggling a chinchilla. And I've been asking what happened to the chinchilla because we heard his dog Tank died shortly before the shooting. And then we know about the birds back in the spring of 21. So I was like, ooh, since they showed the picture of the chinchilla, could the prosecutor then say, hey, Shannon, you just showed Ethan with an animal. We want to know what happened to that chinchilla. We want to know what happened to Tank. And we want to talk about the birds that you didn't want in, because now you're showing Ethan with an animal, and we have the bird evidence that you wanted out, but now you're bringing an animal in, and we want to talk about the animal, because what if you killed the animals?
I'll let you talk about the chinchilla, but I'm not going to let you ask those other questions.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I think that's unfair because they just showed a picture of him snuggling.
Sit down and shut up. sit down, counselor. Shut up.
Gustave says,
down.
Put him on the bench.
Moving on.
You would have shut
I don't think
my
it's fair. That's great. Shut up and sit down.
Well, Your Honor, I think,
shut up.
You know what? The prosecution,
stop talking.
They need to pass notes because I can hear them talking over here.
I will come off this bench and I will hit you.
Smack. We want you to be the judge. Can you step in, please? Oh my Yeah, this has been fun. Thanks for coming up again.
No problem. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We can talk about other things too or not. It's up to you because I know we're a jury watch.
I know
nothing better to do, so
it's
up
like
to
grueling at this point. We're going on 10 hours. So can we talk about, have you followed Gypsy Rose at all? Talking about new
you.
trials.
The name sounds familiar. Remind me.
Okay, so Gypsy Rose was the one with Munchausen's that her boyfriend
yes.
stabbed her mom. Well, he apparently is autistic and he is claiming ineffective counsel. So it goes along with what we were just talking about. And he's stating that because of his mental condition that wasn't brought up, that he was very much a follower, went by directions. She gave him an instruction video on how to do everything, even pointed to the pillow, and in a video made the stabbing motion, like, come in my house, go here, you do this, like step by step. What are the odds that you think that could bring about a new trial?
I think they're non-zero. It raises some interesting questions for sure, but the question is going to be about the availability of that information during trial. Because if the information was available during trial and just not brought up, then that's a you problem. You can't go backwards in time. So if it's newly discovered information that couldn't have been discovered due to reasonable diligence, then they've got a chance.
Yeah, especially since I think autism awareness, since that case was like 2015, I think, we've come a long way in understanding the spectrum and the different areas of the spectrum that people can be on. It's not so cut and dry. So I don't know. I'm kind of hoping, but Gypsy Rose can't get in trouble again, can she?
Oh no.
No, never. Even if it come out that she actually did it, she could never get in trouble.
Acquittal, man.
Well, she did her time, I guess, right?
That too.
If you do, okay,
you can only
let me ask
you
you
can only
this.
punish someone once.
What if you are okay? So let's say you're charged with second-degree murder, and you do your time, and then it comes out that you actually did it. Can they charge you with first for the same?
No.
Oh, they can't. They can't pull.
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they could come up with another charge.
No, absolutely
It's by
not.
the
You get
crime.
one bite at this apple. I'm sorry that you blew it and all, but no, you don't get to go backwards. Oh, one bite. Everyone knows the rules. That's right. We're doing David Portnoy.
It goes
style
by.
over here. That's right.
It goes by the crime. She is very dangerous to society.
Well,
It scares me.
More properly, it goes by the criminal transaction, so we can be all fancy. Ooh.
The criminal transaction.
Yeah, the criminal transaction. Yes, it goes by the set of crimes that are interrelated by being close in time and or purpose. So, for example, I can't charge you with a part of a related crime and wait to charge you with a different part of the related crime. So, for example, if we were charging you with a bank robbery and all I charged you with was, I don't know, stealing the car for the bank robbery, but the stealing the car is part and parcel of the bank robbery. So I don't know about the bank robbery yet, so I just charge you with stealing with the car. And then we want to come back and charge you with the bank robbery. It's like, no, because that's part of the same criminal transaction. So you can't do that either.
It doesn't seem fair, but in her case, I wish they could bite the apple twice. That's bad to say. I know as a lawyer, you'd never say that, but when you see that they made a mistake like that, and it just seems unfair. If he gets
the state has enough power as it is. Screw them.
Yeah, you're right. I agree. And, I just want to make it clear that I'm not about the state, taking control of what we do in our homes with our children and stepping in. I don't
Are
like.
you sure?
I am. And I don't.
Are you sure? Because given some of the things you said about this case and the mother and all the rest of it, I don't know, man.
No. What I feel is like, I don't like CPS. I don't like CPS getting involved in people's lives. I don't like that. But I also don't like that all these kids went to school and this could have been prevented that day. It really could have been. And not just by Jennifer or James, but by the school, the counselor, all these people that failed, the response time of the shooting. Just all of it is a big bundle of fuckery that every incident and every person, it just all fell like dominoes, and it was just the worst outcome. And the fact that
this is This is sort of what I was trying to tell you about at the beginning. It's like you got to think about what the rule is. Because I'm not saying you have to be happy about the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, no one's happy about the outcome. 4 children are dead. This is not a good thing. But as you're thinking about the rule, it's like, how much power do you want to give the state? How much power do you want to give them to, interfere in your home? How much power do you want to give the school to interfere with your child? How much power do you want to give them to force your kid out of school? How much power do you want to give CPS? How much power do you want to give these people? It's like, what is the rule? Think about this in a systemic way. Try to look at this from all concerns. Try to think about what you really want. It's like, I know you want this to these people to go to jail because bad thing happened, but think about the rule in advance, because we're supposed to have the rule then the application, not the other way around. So think about what you really want and see if you can come up with a consistent philosophy before you start being like, throw them all in jail forever.
I know, and you're talking too sensical for me because I'm, the emotional reactor. But because I do get angry, you're right. It's a horrible thing, and it's really hard to be objective sometimes. Especially when you hear the parents talking and seeing the hell they're going through. It's tough to be objective.
And I'm also not like telling you that in the end you can't want different things than I want. That's politics, right? At that point, It's because I want the state to have more power. I want them to have less power. That's politics.
Yeah.
So in the end, if you've thought everything through and you're like, you know what, I think the state should have more control because this is really a problem. There are too many deaths, and I'm willing to accept these potential implications because I think it's worth it. It's like, well, okay, at that point we just have a political difference, but at least you've thought it through.
But yeah, and I see what you're saying, and I do struggle with the involuntary manslaughter because I see what you're saying. Like, where does it stop, right? But is there another charge that could have had an impact without it being like a slap on the wrist, like, oh, you're just going to get probation? But is there a charge that would have been more fitting, in your opinion?
I'm sure there's any number of child neglect charges that would have been appropriate.
Why wouldn't they go that
route? I have to go
route?
scour the books.
Why wouldn't they go that route on civil law?
The most cynical reason is because the prosecutor is looking to use this as a political tool for a future career. I've heard rumors that she's looking at the governor's office. So she wants the big boy conviction so she can be the one, I brought them to justice, tough on law, tough for Michigan.
Oh, that makes me sad. I didn't hear she was looking at the governor's office. Wow. That makes me sad.
Hey man,
I think she feels it.
Yeah. A lawyer without ambition, yeah. There's ambition in everyone's careers. Prosecutors get ambitious too. There's any number of reasons maybe they're using it for a launch into the bench. Maybe they're using it for a launch into whatever.
I hate that the legal system has so much politics in it. It's just corrupt.
Just look at people's motives, man. People are people. The prosecutor's a person too. They have their own motives.
They should be pure and just want justice.
Uh-huh.
I don't like that response. I mean, for real, it's sickening that it does lead to politics to me. It just demeans what if you feel like it's fake. I don't feel like her emotion's fake though.
That's one of the reasons that, as best as I am able to, I try very hard, is to strip the politics out of it and just go to pure law. And I don't know how people think I'm do that or not, but like I'll talk about the Trump cases or I'll talk about any case, and I just try to put on the black robe and just ignore the politics and just go no, I'm not listening, not listening, and just go on the pure law and just try to come up with a pure legal assessment as best as one man can. It's a good thing, people.
Thank you for your insight. What is your thoughts on this jury? You think they're going to be guilty at the end of the day? End of whatever day they're done? Your prediction?
My prediction is yes. Although the longer it goes on, the less likely that prediction is. But 10 hours isn't unheard of. And if they're going to come out with a decision, they usually come out with a decision right after a meal time. So they might come up with a decision right after lunch. They're probably on lunch right about now. So they might come up with a decision in the near future. But my expectation is guilty. The evilness of the crime and just the fact that the gun was left unsecured, and I think my expectation is guilty, and I'm not happy about it, and maybe the jury will surprise me if they come back with a not guilty. And then it'll be really interesting to see what happens with James on every possible level.
Oh my God, for real. I'm so curious what's going to come out in James, because I heard early on when this first happened that he was also having an affair. So this could get really spicy with the adult friend finder shit.
I think they were actually swingers, not having affairs, but I could be mistaken.
Well, she was swinging with her boyfriend. I don't think James was party to that.
Yeah.
I think she was meeting with her boyfriend swinging. But James, I heard, was also having an affair. So it'll be interesting to see what was going on James' end of things, you know, like, because I always, you know, was like you said early on, the guy always gets the brunt of it, right? And that's how I was early on. I'm like, screw this dad, man. He was the one that went and bought it. He probably egged the kid on, like, yeah, firearms, you know. But now, what I've learned, James lost his mother in the spring. His wife started having an affair. He had no steady job. He had to go DoorDash because he wasn't bringing in any money. He had child support order that was coming in hot from his daughter in another state. So all these financial things and emotional things that he's got going on, I want to see how they're going to present him. Right? Because Jennifer was kind of presented as, you know, the breadwinner, the ringleader. She's out, you know, doing this, and she's got her horses, and she's doing this and that and the other. Well, James is running around with Ethan and running around doing DoorDash. I want to hear his side of things because I'm curious about this whole thing as a big picture, just as someone who's followed the case, and I'm from that area, so it's really intriguing to me.
Yeah. Everything about this case is sad, and school shootings are always sad, and trying to figure out what to do on a policy level is always really challenging. Because as has been said before, there are no answers; there are only trade-offs, and that's pretty much true. Like if there were answers, we would have had answers at this point. There are no answers. There's trade-offs. So everything is a trade-off, and it's like, what are you willing to do and what are you not willing to do in sort of to solve these problems or try to address the problems. And it's very, very challenging from a policy perspective, given our, you know, our culture and the Constitution for that matter. So it's, although I do take some comfort in the idea that they are still relatively rare, all things being considered. The total, it's been a while since I checked the stats for sure, but in most years, the total number of gun murders is about 10,000, give or take. The total number of gun deaths is about 30,000, but that includes self-deletion and accidents. So gun murders is about 10,000, of which handguns are used in about 86% of murders. The number of rifles and shotguns are about even, and then there's a slight undetermined perspective. The total number of all rifle murders in the United States is less than the total number of all bludgeoning murders in the United States. So not just assault rifles, but all rifles are less common than people just literally beating someone to death. And the total number of rifle murders, I believe, is also less than the number of drownings by kids in pools. The vast majority of handgun murders are gang related. And that's, you know, where a lot of that comes from the war on drugs. So the numbers are not perhaps quite as dramatic as people sometimes think. They just tend to get pressed because they are dramatic. But the overall numbers are perhaps less than people might know.
Gene P says, thank you so much, Uncivil Law. See you later on your awesome channel.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Where'd
Thank you very much, Gene.
Yeah, Gene P.
I'm still here.
I know. I moved my window in front of you. That was my bad. I'm just reading some of these comments. A lot of people want you on the bench. Oh, James Lawyer. Yeah, we were talking about James Lawyer.
I'd be a good judge. We're not going to tolerate any bullshit. I'll tell you what. And
well,
we're going to have
object,
chess
Your
clock.
Honor.
Stop talking. We're going to have chess clock. Chess clock is the best thing ever. Each side gets an equal amount of time. We have a chess clock, and it runs out, and you stop talking. It's a miracle. Chess clock.
Well, we don't have that. We don't have that here, Your Honor. And I object. I just hear them over there objecting. They're going to have to pass notes or something because I can't take it.
Counselor, you do realize I have the power to muzzle people in this courtroom, right?
Well, I'd like to see you try, Your Honor. Do you want to go out in the hallway?
The 8 police officers currently lining the wall, I'm pretty sure can get the job done.
Why do they have so many deputies in there? What is up with that?
Yeah. Pretty sure we got that one covered.
What is that all about? Why do they have so many? Just because of the families, probably?
I don't know.
It's a lot. And then they keep talking about how they have to stay overtime and how expensive it is. It's like, what? Why do you have 10 of them in there then? This is probably costing the county a fortune.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So what happens if it's hung? Do you think 100%. They would retry her? Is it automatic retry? Yeah.
No, it's not automatic, but I can't imagine they're going to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, after all this.
Hopefully Jennifer gets a better lawyer. Lol.
She'd be better off with a public defender, don't you think? I don't think
quite possibly. Some of them can be quite great.
So I feel like let me know what you think about this. I feel like from my perspective, it seems like Shannon didn't really read a lot of the discovery because she was counting on Ethan and his physicians testifying. And I think she was going to try to paint him as...
That's a mistake.
But I think that's what she did, because if you notice when she, especially with the boyfriend, I noticed her, I don't know if it was deliberate or not, but she was literally reading the discovery, and it was like she was reading his own name to him. Now, on March the 3rd, you interviewed with Brian Joseph. Is that correct? And he's like, she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm saying your name. And it's like, you're not even organized. In the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Was that a prop? Or do you think that was...
I liked it. I liked it.
You liked it?
I liked it.
You liked it?
I actually I did like it. I liked it. I liked the visual representation, the amount of evidence versus the amount the prosecutors used. I liked it. It's my understanding that when they sent it back to the jury room...
Go ahead.
Well, that's not necessarily the point. Well, first of all, knowing all that stuff in your head is hard for the best of us. But, showing the visual representation is nice. And it's my understanding that when they sent it back to the jury room, the prosecutor sent back digitally, but the defense sent it back in paper.
Yeah, she said...
Which I think is
it's nice.
Is cool.
Yeah.
I like
she
that.
She said, I'll have mine in a binder. Mine in a binder. But when the judge had to stop court, excuse me, could you move the Leaning Tower of Pisa? I died. I was like, what? Is this for real? She said, I see it teetering. Would you like some licorice?
Yeah, I appreciate the. I like the visual representation. I liked it with it all marked and highlighted and with the little tabs. I even like the 3x5 cards. I've never really seen a lawyer do that, but I kind of like it. As a way to do it rather than having just flipping through a legal
cleaner.
pad.
Yeah, it's cleaner.
I think it's cleaner, and I think it's interesting because you can just put like a bullet point you want to talk about, and then improv off the bullet point rather than having it memorized. I kind of like the 3x5 cards.
Personally, I liked the PowerPoints. I liked Karen's PowerPoint.
I hate PowerPoint. I hate it with a passion.
I just liked it because I felt like there was so much interruption during the introduction of the evidence that it would be easy in my mind, if I'm a juror, to go back and reference, this text. What did he say? What did she say then? What date was this? I find those to be easy to reference.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a holdout on somebody. Somebody is putting themselves in her shoes, I think, and it's holding this process.
God bless the jury system.
Yes. It would be tough. I mean, I think they're getting paid $15 a day. That's another thing. Why don't they pay them more? That's something that should be updated in the legal system.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm not in control of such things.
I know, but don't you think it's a little ridiculous that it's $15 a day?
It's your civic duty. You should do it for free.
I guess that's true, but we still all have bills to pay. 10 hours, 6 minutes on civil law. Shit. Do you want to talk to the audience while I take a little break for about 3 minutes? I'll be right back.
I'll be happy to talk to the
audience. Thank you so much.
No problem. I got under control.
All right, thank you.
All right. No worries.
All right, I'm leaving it in his hands, guys. Ask him some good questions.
All right, I'm in control now. What do you guys want to talk about? If it's a hung jury, could they try both at the same time? I mean, hypothetically, yes, but the reason that they're separate is almost certainly because their defenses are adverse to each other, and we saw that, right? They're pointing the finger at each other, and so you can't have that. As long as the defenses are compatible, they'd be tried together, but the defenses are inconsistent, so separate trials. So hypothetically, yes, practically, no. I think she needs to be held accountable. However, I think they messed up by charging him as adult. I think it's going to come back as a hung jury. Yeah, I don't necessarily mind the idea of holding her accountable in the abstract, but the lawyer in me is once you try to actually execute on that and put that into reality, then I've got questions. Right? Once you take the abstract and you try to realize it, I got questions. I got many questions. I got nothing but questions. I generally don't know the answer, because where does it go next? I can't foresee all ends. I can see some of the possibilities, but I can't foresee all ends. I'm pretty confident some prosecutor somewhere is going to abuse this, because for every possible reason. It doesn't stop here. I know that much. The jury's questions yesterday, the first question was whether or not the one was dependent on the other, which it's not. They're independent. Two different theories of the crime, two different ways to get there. And the other one was, can we use the fact that people didn't testify and raise inferences? No, you can't. You only have to base it based on the evidence that's presented, which is also incidentally why, for example, the Miller hearing is irrelevant to our current proceedings, because the Miller hearing wasn't presented to this jury. Now, was it? So it doesn't matter. Did I watch the trial? I sure did. What I think about the two questions, they're very technical in nature. You love it when I cook on my channel? I like cooking too. I'm moving to Houston, by the way, at the end of the month, so getting excited for that. So pretty soon I'm going to have a new look to my studio, so that should be exciting. I also, by the way, would like to speak wonders about the boom arm and mic, because they please me both. I've got the this Shure SM7B microphone Glory with a custom orange tip on it. And I've got the Elgato boom arm, both of which come highly recommended. Check your dealer near you. They both please me massively. Do I think they overcharged her? I think overcharging her was kind of the point. So, yes, but I don't think the prosecutor cares. I also think they know they're doing that and they don't care. I had this crappy little scissor boom arm before. Piece of crap. This Elgato one is so nice looking. It's so substantive. The clamp alone is just like beefy as hell. I love it. I also just like the microphone generally. I had the Rode NT1A forever. Well, it's a good microphone too, but this one is at least 10-20% better. Orange suits me, thank you. It is one of the colors of my channel because I went to Clemson. Go Tigers.
I'm back.
Come on.
Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you.
Don't let me stop you. If you're in the middle of something.
Doesn't question number two mean they're struggling with beyond a reasonable doubt? It means they have questions. I think tea leaf reading juror notes is a bit of a fool's errand at best, because I don't necessarily know they're indicative of anything. I know it's not going to prevent you guys from trying or anyone else from trying, but I think tea leaf reading jury notes is just a waste of time, because I don't know that it really can tell you anything the vast majority of the time.
I'm actually surprised they haven't had any questions today, considering they had the two yesterday. What was the one yesterday, the second one?
The second one yesterday was, could they use the fact that certain witnesses did not testify to raise inferences? And the answer is, which is no, of course not. Right. You can only base it off what's offered in court. So can you base things off what was not offered in court? Well, of course not. The answer is obviously no. And then please go reread the jury instruction, which tells you that.
Oh, by the way, I love your orange mic cover. I heard you were kind of talking about that. And I put a red one on my wish list because I got red in my background. So
yeah, see, there you go.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Very cool.
I mean, it was only like $12 or $15 or something on Amazon. It's a good quality piece of foam. What's not to love?
Right. It's cool. I like it.
What's the name of my channel?
Yep, there you go.
My channel's called it's called Uncivil Law, right? As it shows in the description. Uncivil Law is the name of my channel. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube and other social media under that name.
Tell us about your background.
My background is primarily as an intellectual property lawyer. I went to Clemson University for computer science, and I also got a political science degree as well. I went to law school at Akron with a specialty in intellectual property law and litigation. And then for 15 years, I practiced on the transactional side of patent law, which means it's all paper. So I didn't appear in court very much.
Is Akron, Ohio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they had a good IP program and they gave me a scholarship, so it was okay. Then for 15 years, I did intellectual property, specifically patent law, computer databases, and search engines, if anyone cares. So Google and people who want to be Google, and also people who are writing much more niche stuff as it relates to anything with the database call, some augmented reality, some virtual reality stuff in that. It's all very, very technical. And about a year and a half ago, I left my job because I was bored. And I didn't like to do it anymore. And I've been doing full YouTube ever since.
Is that what I was going to ask? Is that when you started your YouTube channel?
Well, no, my channel goes back about 5 years, but a year and a half ago is kind of when I'm like, I need to bail. So my income has been a fourth of what it used to be, but I'm happier.
Mm-hmm.
And if I do go back into law, which I plan to do, it's probably going to be something different. I'd love to do appellate law because that's where I shine, is on appeals. So
thanks for.
We'll see.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Robin Malete just subscribed.
I've got like 3,000 videos on my channel analyzing law from basically every possible view. Supreme Court analysis, courts of appeal, some state stuff. There's too much law, man. There's too much. I can't keep up.
Did you cover Scott Peterson asking for a new trial?
A little bit. Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
That was fun.
Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is an interesting case, and he certainly has a case to be made that a new trial is warranted. You don't see that every day, but I thought it was a pretty decent argument. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty reasonable argument. Yeah,
because of the evidence that was not presented.
Yeah,
but can't anybody say that? For example, can't any defendant come back and say, "Well, there was this alternate theory, and they didn't go with that narrative"? Doesn't the prosecution always choose a narrative?
Well, it depends. Yes, they do, but of course they have to provide the evidence to the other side, and to the extent they didn't, held it, distorted it, or otherwise, that's a real problem. You can't do it. There's a case called Brady. There was a guy. His name was Brady. One time, he lived in Maryland, and he said, "What would be really great, government, if you gave me the evidence that you have." And the government said no, and then the Supreme Court said, "Brady, maybe you should have the evidence. That would be nice."
But what did they withheld from Scott's defense?
Well, that's what the hearing was all about. The things that were potentially not revealed to the defense.
The burnt van, was that one of them? I think.
Yeah.
That the van was burnt, but they knew about the robbery, but they didn't know about the burn up van that was found a couple miles away with blood on a mattress. Right.
That seems like potentially relevant evidence that should have been disclosed.
But yeah, I guess you're right. The van, if that was the same van that was parked across the street, but can they prove that?
Well, whether they can prove it or not is neither here nor there, because again, it's evidence that should have been revealed. Whether it's because it's relevant to the case. I mean, whether or not something can be proven doesn't make it. It doesn't speak to the issue of disclosability, because there might be any number of pieces of evidence that I might not present for any number of reasons. Some of which is because I can't prove it, but I still have a right to know about it. I still have a right to investigate it on my own if I'm so inclined.
Just like they did with the Odinism thing that was in Richard Allen's discovery, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Even though the prosecution didn't go with that theory of Odinism, they discarded it. The defense picked it up because it was in discovery and it was disclosed to them.
Yeah, you see, you have to tell me things. That's good. I do. It's one of the aspects of law that I do like is that I was thinking for a while of just having a series called "There Once Was a Guy Named" as my series, because I do like how so many things in law are because there was a guy once, right? So, for example, why do they have to give you the evidence that exonerates you? Oh, there was a guy named Brady. He lived in Maryland once. Okay, why do they have to tell you that you have the right to remain silent? Oh, there was a guy named Miranda. He lived in Arizona once. Why do they have to give you a lawyer if you can't afford one? Oh, there was a guy named Gideon. He lived in Florida once, and so forth and so on. So I just love the fact that that's how law often manifests. You know, it's like, why do you have the right to have a handgun in your home? Oh, there's a guy named Heller. I met Heller, by the way, so I've met him in person. So I just like the fact that these things, and why does that apply to the states? So there's a guy named McDonald. I met McDonald once before he died. So that was cool. I just like the fact that, it's basically one guy who stands up and says, this doesn't make sense. And somehow it becomes the law. I think that's cool.
The law is very complicated. Ms. Yeah. Thank you for renewing your membership to Uncivil Law. Yeah. Okay. So what was I going to ask you? I'm just full of questions with all these cases. I don't remember if it was about Peterson or not, because we're bouncing all over the place. But
yeah,
what was the other case you just brought up? Oh, somebody brought up that's what it was. Are you following the Kohberger case?
A little bit. I haven't been following it super extensively, but I've been paying attention to the periphery.
Somebody had a question about the grand jury. They wanted to know specifically if you thought that the grand jury. Hang on, let me find it. Oh, what do you think about the grand jury against Kohberger? Is it bias?
There certainly is some indicia of that. I don't know if it's enough to get things over, but some of this does look a little rushed, and some of it, at least publicly, looks pretty thin. Andrea Burkhart has been doing the best stuff on Kohberger, who I have the most respect for. I think she is the most underrated.
I've watched her
law
too.
tuber.
She's not fanatical.
Yeah, she's the most underrated. Mm-hmm. No, and she's absolutely wicked smart. She is the person I'd most like to work with or most like to go against, because either way, she's going to make me work for it. She is so wicked smart, and she does her homework. She's just very thorough and prepared, and I love her to death. But yeah, the Kohberger stuff just looks a little thin based on the evidence they have. The touch DNA on what we think is the sheath that was related to the knife, because we don't have the knife, and touch DNA on the clasp is not exactly the most best evidence I'd like. Touch DNA can be a little finicky sometimes. The fact that there's apparently no DNA from any of the victims anywhere in his car strikes me as very odd. If he just did this, the mass stabbing with the blood, there's no trace blood in his car from the victims, seems odd. So, and the evidence that was used to make probable cause is essentially evidence of absence, because, well, we have a cell signal here, but not here. And it's like, well, kind of puts together a picture, but it's a little thin. So far, I've not been super impressed with the state's case in Kohberger. Now, it could absolutely be the case that the state has lots of evidence that we don't know about because of the gag order. So it may very well come to the case when we're at trial. I'm like, oh, okay. But based on what we know, I'm like, I don't know, man. I have questions before I convict the guy for the quadruple murders.
Yeah, I mean, he has to kind of explain, though, how even if it is touch DNA, how it got on the knife sheath that may fit the murder weapon. But do you know anything have you looked into anything that the college is doing and their behavior, as far as destroying the crime scene, things like that? What are your thoughts on that part of it?
No particular thoughts on that issue. I mean, obviously, all that's being litigated about whether the scene should or should not be preserved. Obviously, it's been torn down at this point. But I imagine that, the defense put their objections on and the scene was looked through completely and sort of DNA and everything else. So there's nothing left of value there. So no particular thoughts. There's no particular reason to maintain the scene indefinitely. So
you don't find that to be odd?
Not especially, no. Not in the abstract, I don't. Maybe some further information will come to my attention that makes me raise a further question about that. But it was, it wasn't destroyed immediately. It was there for a long time. The defense raised its objections. Presumably, they had the opportunity to have their own experts look at the scene. So I'm not sure there was anything left to be gained by maintaining the scene.
Buttercup says, I thought no blood in the car, but they didn't check the car for a month. It's really hard to get rid of blood, though. Like,
it's like there should be trace DNA somewhere.
but they did
It's
take
like
the
that-
headrest. They took some
Yeah.
parts of the car, so we don't know if there was or wasn't because there's a gag order. So
if
they took
the
the car
victims
December 30th, and then they put the gag order in place, I think the 2nd of January. So there wasn't a whole lot of days for anything to come out, whether they had DNA or not, because.
But I don't even believe in court they've made any sort of representations along those lines. So I'm just assuming it doesn't exist.
But maybe they don't have to, right? Because they didn't need that for the PCA. They had the touch DNA they mentioned in the PCA. So there very well could be victim DNA in the car. We just don't know it because they took like floor mats, carpet, a headrest, I think a visor out of the car.
For me, that's sort of the most important evidence either way, because if the victim's blood is in the car, it's like, how does it get in the car other than through the stabbings? And if it's not in the car, why not? Because of all the stabbings and the murder. And I'm like, yeah, you can clean a car or try to clean a car, but it's like, do you know how hard that is and how much the police will like tear apart the seats and look and sort every fiber and tear apart everything? Do you know how hard it is to clean a car to get rid of every trace of DNA? Even the professionals can't do it. It's really, really hard to it's not get any seats, not any crack, not touch anywhere. It's like, that's a lot, man. So if there's no DNA in that car, I'm like, how's that possible?
And it also, I think people get caught up on Ann Taylor's motions that she files, because just because she says something in a motion doesn't mean it's true. And I think people take all of her motions as, oh, this must be the facts.
Well, I will give this. I assume the best of my profession, generally speaking, and it's certainly been known to happen where a lawyer will lie, but it's not my first assumption. What lawyers are not allowed to lie, but what we can do is elevate evidence that's good for us, and we can diminish evidence that's bad for us to make it look less important. So I would assume that everything she says is true, if perhaps misleading. So technically correct is the best kind of correct true. But because that's much more common than an attorney outright lying.
Yeah, I think she's a good lawyer, and I think she's, doing her best to poke holes in whatever they have already said they have by filing motions with certain wording that may make it look like it doesn't matter or it's shitty evidence, right?
Good for her. She's doing her job.
Right, so
that's what she's supposed to do.
Right, so
go get it.
That's her tactic as a lawyer.
Yeah, go get it.
So it doesn't.
That's good.
But it doesn't
I'm
mean. I think that a lot of people on YouTube though take everything literally, and that's where we get a lot of the conspiracies roll into. Oh, if the defense said there's no connection with Koberger and the victims. Well, there still could be a connection. Maybe she hasn't gotten that TikTok evidence that he followed them on TikTok. I don't know, but it doesn't mean there's definitively no connection. There still could be. It's still up in the air in my thoughts. What do you think of that?
No, I think that's true, but of course it's on the state to prove things. So until they prove the contra, I have no problem as the defense lawyer saying there is no connection, because I'm under no obligation to prove it. You prove it.
Right. They have to prove that connection. So yeah, I mean, he's got a good lawyer. He's got a good defense, and that's what we want. We want him to have a good defense.
Yeah, we do. We want people to be convicted for the right reasons, which is also incidentally why one of the many reasons I'm a little bit sore at the defense attorney in this case, because I think there were many opportunities blown and things not done properly, and her argument left a lot to be desired, and her direct was trash fire, and there were other witnesses she could have called. So assuming that they're convicted, I'm not sure it's for the right reasons, and it makes me grumpy.
I get what you're saying. I think it's kind of shameful that there was no character witness to say anything good about her. That kind of shocked me. I know that the parents were supposed to testify last, but shit, I mean, she just was talking to her dad about money and stuff. God knows what else they talked about. And it seems like after they played that jailhouse call of Jennifer and her dad, that Shannon was like, I rest. It wasn't even worth bringing the parents on at that point, maybe. I'm back to Jennifer. Sorry,
yeah,
I'm bouncing all over.
That's fine. We can jump around as needed. We're all happy.
Jump around. Yeah, I mean, people are talking about king and queen.
Jump.
Ann Taylor is making the state look sloppy and hiding and look like they're hiding evidence. That is true. A lot of those motions, like I've tried to tell people, and I know I'm not a lawyer, but I pay attention. In like Chad Daybell's case, I think they're on like the 11th or 14th discovery request. But people think because they keep asking for discovery that the state's hiding things. Can you explain that?
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean they're hiding things, right?
I suppose it doesn't, but I've definitely seen prosecutors drag their feet out and not make things as apparent as they could. So there's some prosecutors out there in some offices, for example, which just have an open file policy. So it's like we'll literally just let you come into our office and literally just see our files. Just look at it all. We just don't care. And then there's other prosecutors who like want to play games and dick around with discovery and stuff like that. So either way, it doesn't surprise me. And there's really no reason to play games and dick around because, again, the state has the burden. But, some states are like, oh, we're going to make it as hard and painful as possible. If for another reason, then we want to put pressure on you to make a plea deal because if we extend this thing out and make it harder, maybe you just give up. So
it might be kind of a battle of the wills.
Just like there's all kinds of judges. There are weak judges, which unfortunately is the vast majority of judges we've seen as of late. And then there's Chief Justice Toll of the South Carolina Supreme Court, who's like, I don't accept no BS, and sit down and shut up. And I'm like, yeah.
What are your thoughts on Bill Thompson? Do you think he seems like a good prosecutor? This is his last case. He's retiring.
I don't think there's enough to know for sure at this time. Is that the prosecutor in this case, in the Crumbley case? Is that Thompson?
No, that's
Or am I
Koberger. Sorry, he's the one with the Santa beard.
Oh yeah. Mr. Santa.
Yeah, he actually dresses up like Santa.
I guess. I don't know if he's tried the I know if you've been bad or good, so you can just take my word for it argument yet. But that'd be funny.
He has an Instagram.
I know the truth.
Did you know he has a company where he dresses up like Santa?
That's cool.
Yeah, he's got an Instagram. Yep. It's quite interesting. But I have
no particular thoughts about the prosecutor.
I don't either.
I have no particular thoughts. There's not really enough information for me to render an opinion. How do you like that? I don't have enough information to have a conclusion.
Okay, what about this information? What do you feel about everybody in this case, except for Brian Koberger, being a UI grad? Do you think that there is, what do you call that? Like, not interference, but like,
I don't know.
You don't think that's weird
Incest?
that they're all UI, like Megan Marshall, Judge, Ann Taylor, Bill Thompson, who else? Jay Logston.
Apparently UI is just the place to be. What can you say, man?
It's just so weird. It almost seems like, I don't know, that they all are protecting the school in this. It's just kind of been the tone. Like, the school revolves around everything. And why does it seem like all of the state officials answer to that school? Influence, prejudice.
Yeah.
But why does it seem like that? Do you think it's just because the school is such a money maker, and why do they seem to protect that school?
I mean, everyone protects their butt. Of course they do. And they should, but people aren't very good about it. Can I post a link in your chat?
Sure.
Is that possible, or do I need to be a mod to post a link? Okay, I have a
type in there and I'll make you
Let's
a
find
mod.
out.
Yeah, you have to be a mod.
Oh, okay.
Just type in there and I'll make you one and you can post it.
Hi.
Hello.
I can't because I have to wait 3 seconds for slow mode.
Oh, Jesus.
Well.
There you go.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
No, still have to wait.
Oh, wait. What the heck's going on here? Oh, because it's popped out.
We're having fun. We're having fun, chat. Everything's great.
Hold on. bear with me. I start to get all these windows open and I get overloaded here.
Do you just import the window from Streamlabs into OBS? Is that what you're doing?
What do you mean? Oh, from Melon?
Are you streaming? Are you? Yeah. From Melon, are you streaming? Are you putting the window into OBS?
Yeah. I'm not actually
that's cool.
streaming on Melon, and I get hold on overloaded here.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah, when I stream on Melon, sometimes it crashes on me.
Does it? Like kicks you off? Okay, let me find.
Yeah, it just crashed on me where it's just like I can't type in the chat and it just lags out and everything sucks. But StreamYard wants $40 a month to be able to stream in 1080, and that's ridiculous.
There you go.
1080, $40 a month.
Wait, StreamYard? StreamYard. Yeah, screw them.
Yeah. All right. So I thought maybe you could play this YouTube video for your chat so that they can learn why people can't sue the school in relation to the Crumbley stuff, because no, it's not. It's from Reason TV, but it explains everything. Fantastic.
Boss.
Okay, hold on. Oh my God, it's a little puppet thing.
Yeah, it explains everything you need to explain.
About what now?
Why can't we sue the school? Here's good reason. Here's why we can't sue the school.
Oh.
Or any government official.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up.
Here's why we can't sue the school or the government. Yeah.
Let me see if I can add it here so you can hear it and not have to listen on YouTube.
You could just add it to the Melon thing, I think.
Yeah, that's what I did. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see. I can see it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Here, all right, we're gonna play it right now.
Get him. Boss, wrong guy. Let him up.
Oh, you broke my arm. I'm gonna sue you for everything you've got.
Case dismissed.
What?
Qualified immunity, it's not for you, it's just for me. I shot your dog.
I shot your wife.
I get to go on with my life. It's not that you don't have some rights, but when we get you in our sights, we can't be sued.
You've got no case.
It's time for you to learn your place. Qualified immunity, it strips all liability. I stole your cash.
I broke your jaw.
Look it up, it's settled law. Qualified immunity, we get off without penalty. I broke down your front door while serving a search warrant on the wrong house at 3 a.m. and then I shot you in the face. Twice.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Wow.
Qualified immunity.
Oh my God, sing it.
It's not for you. It's just for me. Da, 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 da. Look it up. It's settled law.
So
yeah,
do you?
This is why we can't sue the school.
Well, they're suing the school though.
They're trying, but the song will appear.
Man. So you think that'll be the same? You're talking about UI or are you talking about Oxford? Both?
I was talking about Oxford.
Oxford?
Or either one, actually, for that matter.
So what do you think?
Yeah, either one.
You think that they'll settle outside of court or you think they won't get shit?
They might settle out of court for PR, but yeah. Yeah.
The interesting thing is it goes pretty and I want to talk about StreamYard again for a second after this, but the school board has actually been it's been a mess. So they actually the superintendent and the principal are gone. And then the school board hired in someone else that was in that same little group that didn't do shit when the shooting happened. Because apparently they didn't provide therapy, like counselors for the kids. They just told them to come back to school and just deal, like back to life. Mm-hmm. The kids did a walkout because they were pissed, because they didn't feel safe. They didn't feel like anything was done after the fact. So there's a lot going on, not just with the victim's parents, but with all of the kids at the school, a lot of them. So we have these lawsuits that have been filed. Shit, now I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, the independent thing, the independent investigation. So let me tell you this. So the school board picked who they were going to have investigate privately, independently. Mm-hmm. They hire these people, and then half of the people on the school board lawyer up and won't talk to the investigators.
I'd lawyer up every day. That's what I say to people. I say it like a mantra. I think this is always good advice. The police want to talk to you, really any context. The mantra is your friend. I don't want to talk to you. I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer. I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer.
But this
just say that.
This
only
was
that,
the independent
every
group
time
that the school
Nope.
board hired.
Nope.
They used taxpayer dollars to pay these people to investigate all of the administrators, all the teachers, everybody's moves after the shooting, and all of the steps that they took so that they can fix things. So the parents were like, "What the fuck? Why are you lawyering up and refusing to talk about it? How can we make a change when you guys are lawyered up and won't talk?" So that's a big mess. And how can you say that you have the school's best interest as an employee of the schools if you won't even talk about what went wrong so that you can right the wrongs? If they have qualified immunity?
I lied. Ultimately, I have my best interest at heart. Yeah, when I said the school's best interest in heart, that was a lie. Yeah, no, I'm with these people. No, you never want to talk to police ever. Talking to the police is the number one way to wind up in jail,
They
a
weren't
lawsuit,
police, though.
prison, everything.
It wasn't police.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Don't want to talk to you. Nope, I'm good. Thanks. Bye.
Wow. See, I think that's shitty. And I wouldn't trust them people with my kids. Because I think when it comes to being a school, you have 4 dead kids. If you're not willing to talk about it, I don't want you running my school. Because you're part of the reason things went wrong. And now you're not willing to make things better. So how can we move forward? And I think that's been the frustration, is that they feel like they can't move forward after this because there's no changes that have been implemented. It goes beyond the Crumbleys,
I was like, it's like, look, I'm not opposed to making things better. I am very much opposed to exposing myself for any liability, criminal or civil.
Right.
So it's like
I get that.
Look, I'm not safe. I'm not safe. And the police are like, yeah, we just want to talk to you, or the investigator, or anyone. Yeah, we just want to talk to you. We just want to ask you a few questions, get your story. I'm like, I'm sure you do. Yeah, no. Every lawyer will say, keep your mouth shut. Every lawyer who knows what they're talking about. Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk to anyone. Don't answer any questions.
Because if you think about it this way, like, I know you think about it this way, but I don't automatically think about it this way. But if you go to what can their testimony really change, because all of the evidence is there. It's all on videotape. The whole shooting was videotaped. Yep. Like, maybe at that point you'd think, you know what? Examine the evidence that's there. And if I'm culpable, then it'll come back to me. But until then, I don't have anything to say, right? I get that, because I wouldn't want to put myself in the position to be sitting with criminal charges, if I wasn't even there that day.
Look, I'm just telling you, and I'm telling everyone in your audience, because they need to hear it, because no one ever listens to us. But really, genuinely, you don't ever want to talk to the police, really, ever, or an investigator of really any kind. There is no way it ends well for you in any context. Every word you say can and will be used against you, if for no other reason because it locks you into a story. And you're like, well, I'm telling the truth. It's like, are you sure you're telling the truth? Are you sure you don't want to change it, amend it? There's nothing wrong. And also, the truth can be used to prosecute you just as much as anything else. There is no scenario that this is going to be beneficial to you. And we've seen trials, at least in my opinion, where the person was convicted because they talked to the police. Like, one that came to mind was where the nurse was convicted for giving the wrong medication because she gave a strong paralytic rather than the thing, and basically caused the person to die. And she was convicted of some version of homicide. I forget exactly which version. And I'm still of the opinion that the only reason that charge was brought is because she talked to the investigator. So yeah, you have the right to leave at any time. We're just going to ask some questions. And yeah, they played that whole tape, and that was the end of it. So how many tapes have you seen of how many confessions? And it's like, yep, this is everything we need.
Yeah.
Don't talk to the police. Just remember the mantra. I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer. Just say that, only that. The police can and will lie to you. They can and will tell you all kinds of things. Just don't talk to them ever. Please. Thank you.
And also, I think a good point, someone just said when they heard Jennifer ask for a lawyer in that video that they automatically thought she was hiding something. And that's dangerous too, isn't it, uncivil law? To think that like right away.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that part should have been excised from it, because it's one of the reasons that you're not allowed to comment on a witness's silence. But if you say I want a lawyer and then you open your mouth again, well, you've now waived your own rights. So.
And I think there was some.
If she had just said I want a lawyer and stopped talking, she would have been fine.
And there was some confusion too in the Jennifer Crumbley one, because at the substation when they saw Ethan, she's like, do we need to get a lawyer or whatever? Like, and then when she was in the back of the car, he's like, you asked about a lawyer. Was that for your son or for you? And she was like, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what to do right now. Like, maybe for me, maybe, like, so how do you take that when someone, I mean, if they say lawyer, don't you think they should stop? If it's unclear whether.
Not in the U.S., man.
Wow.
No, in the U.S., under the U.S. law, it has to be unambiguous. In Canada, they do have to clarify, although they do have this little quirk where you're not entitled to a lawyer in the room with you, which I think is odd. But you are entitled to talk to a lawyer, and you have to be affirmatively clear. So, and they have to get your affirmative consent, and they don't tolerate ambiguity. So you have to be unambiguously clear in Canada. In the United States, however, it's exactly the opposite. This is what happened in that lawyer dog case, which was endlessly misreported. There was a case where a person said lawyer dog, and people were like, oh, it's because he asked for a lawyer dog. It's like, no, it wasn't because he asked for a lawyer dog. If you actually go read the decision, which I did, it was because what the person said is, if you all think I'm guilty, then maybe I should get a lawyer dog. And I'm like, well, that's not that's ambiguous, and that doesn't count. So maybe I should get a lawyer. Do you think I should get a lawyer? Is it a good idea if I should get a lawyer?
Direct.
Do I need a lawyer?
I want a lawyer.
Either or one case so I saw where it was the person said, either give me a lawyer or drive me home. And they kept asking questions until eventually, like 45 minutes in, he said, I want a lawyer, and they stopped. It has to be unambiguous.
See, I didn't know that. I thought if they heard the word lawyer that they were like on caution to stop.
Nope.
So you have to be direct.
That's why I say, I want a lawyer. Don't overcomplicate this. Don't add words. Don't change the words. Don't use different words. I want a lawyer. It's really that simple. I want a lawyer.
We have action in the courtroom on civil law.
Exciting.
We have audio. Hold on. I know you can't hear it. You'll have to hear it on YouTube. We don't have any.
If it's a verdict,
Well, let me. Are you streaming
on my channel?
Oh, are we on yours right now too?
I'm not. No, not at the moment. I'm just saying if it's a verdict, I'm
Oh, you're gonna go. Got you. Let me see what the chat and here is saying.
Practice the mantra at home. Any of you guys who like meditation, just do I want a lawyer.
No one really knows why we're back. They're not saying verdict.
I want a lawyer. I want to remain silent. Just meditate to it, practice it.
Remember it.
Repeat it as needed.
Is it verdict time? I think it might be on civil.
Is it verdict time?
No. Trying to find something.
Or is it peanut butter jelly time?
It's peanut butter jelly time. In a baseball bat. Let me see here. I'm going to go to Court TV, see if there's anything on there. Jury selection, Adam Montgomery.
Well, Law and Crime is saying it's a verdict reach.
Oh, shit. Really? Oh, if she's saying it must be.
It's a verdict reach.
All right. Thank you, Uncivil Law. Shit, what's going to happen?
I'm bailing, guys. I love you all.
Thank you for coming on. I'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, my friend. Oh, my God. It's verdict time. Holy shit. Hold on. I'm coming back on regular camera. Oops. Oh, shit, guys. Let's stop the clock. 10 hours and 45 minutes. Oh my gosh. Thank you for passing the time with us on civil law. Everyone's like, oh snap. Who's that lady? Oh, they just showed a juror? Did they just show a juror? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. Please tell me these aren't jurors they're showing. I did too, Samantha. I think they freaking did, man. What do you mean, text Jay? She's not watching the chat. I'm right here. I'm right here. Hopefully y'all can hear me. I know. I hope it was a clerk. Hey. All right, guys, I got to update. I got to update the title here. Oh, my God. We're waiting for Jennifer, I think. But the jury's not even in here. I don't know. It's not good if they showed the jury. Why are people giggling? It's weird. Oh, let me get that counter on. So we were about 10 hours and 40 minutes for deliberations. Oh, it's not the jury. Okay, good. Yep, we have reached a verdict. We have reached a verdict. Let's do a fresh poll while we wait. We ended that one 61% guilty, 38 not guilty with 746 votes. Let's do a new one. Meg P. Verdict is in per J is for justice. Oh, she was cute. Did you see her? She's like, I'm going to get the prisoner. I'll be right back. BRB. All right, there's a fresh poll. Get your votes in now. And thank you for all the new members. We got 12 new members today. Whoop, whoop. A dozen new members for a dozen jurors that are making the right choice, right? Let's look at it that way.
Recording in progress.
Oh, Cheryl Matthews. Thank you, Jammers. J for J, 411.live. Oh.
Jennifer loves horses.
Will Jennifer get her horses back or no?
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
Dude, the jury is coming in hot, like a fajita. The jury's coming in hot like the fajita. Thank you, Shell. You're welcome, Kaylee. Per J is for justice, a verdict has been reached. They don't have closed captions on. I can't. You can turn closed captions on my video. Or wait, let me see. Yeah, I can't turn them on midstream. I'm sorry. Captions will be in the replay for sure. Thank you, Gene P. Thanks for watching with me. All right, let me get my camera on again. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. $10 hours and 40 minutes, y'all. Thank you for subscribing, Becky O'Neill, and living in Central Oregon. Kristen, thank you for buying a tumbler. That is so awesome. The jury has reached a verdict. Where's our prisoner? Thank you, Kimmy. She says my cheeks are clenched. Coming in hot. Like a fajita. This is what we've been waiting almost 11 hours for, right, Pink? What case will you be on after this? Probably Adam Montgomery. Looks like Adam Montgomery is starting tomorrow. Or after they do the jury selection. So Adam Montgomery and then James Crumbley. So if you're new, please stick around. We'll cover more cases. And then we've got Chad Daybell in April. So we have this, Adam Montgomery, James Crumbley, and then Teresa. Is that my girl? Are you my girl? Just Teresa? Teresa's drunk. Are you strunk? Let me know. Are you my strunks? Have a cigarette. Go have a cigarette. Miss Robin, did you see that? I have to give credit to Melissa B. Sent me that picture or that video. Lisa needs a cigarette. Really, Kristen? Oh my God, Kristen. that means so much to me that you would be willing to talk about it with me. I would love that. Yes, Teresa. Teresa's my girl from Romeo. Everybody give just Teresa lots of love. I'm so glad you're here. I didn't realize that was you. There's like 3 or 4 Teresas that spell it like you too. Kristen, if you could email me, jisforjustice@gmail.com. Let's talk. We can text. I'll give you my number and we can text. I would love to do that. I have pictures from when I went there. My son used to live in Lakewood, and we went to the school at like 11 o'clock at night, and it was so surreal. Yep, we got Miss Robin in chat. Miss Robin's originally from Utica. So we've got lots of Michiganders. Put a 1 if you're from the Mitten. Put a 1 in chat if you're from the Mitten. If you're watching this verdict from the Mitten today. Thank you, Crime Solver. You guys, oh, is this Jennifer? Come here, let me celebrate you guys. We got Shell, we got Crime Solver. Penny, good for you. Keep it up. Casey Marie, a lawful listener for 10 months. Thank you. Let's see how many people are in the Mitten. You work in Lakewood. Oh, wow. Yeah, he doesn't live there anymore. He lives in Michigan again now, but lots of Mittens in here. Royal Oak. My sister is a retired Royal Oak officer, actually. Don't say false alarm. Are you serious? Or are you joking? Olive, thank you for gifting a membership. Big Malcolm Caruso. Debbie Caruso. Look at that old timer, deputy. There's Karen. She's wearing plum. I knew someone would wear plum. Seriously, though, dear God, please make the jury have made the right decision for justice for these 4 students. Celine, Michigan. It's awesome. Wesleyan. Yeah, throw your city in there. Southgate, St. Clair Shores. I used to work in St. Clair Shores. Casey Marie, thank you for donating a membership. Just Samantha, welcome. Clarkston, Michigan. Thank you so much, guys. Hamtramck. Now you're in Canada. Yep, we're just waiting for Jennifer, guys. This is what we've been waiting all these hours, all these days to find out. Just imagine how these parents feel, guys. This is... All right, I'm about to give away some memberships. Get ready. I hope you have them. I hope you have them turned on, because here we go. Where's Jennifer? Jennifer's having a breakdown. She's pulling her hair. Warren, Sterling Heights, Alma. Teresa, you got one. Jane's Addiction. Jay O'Connor. Crime Solver and Amy M. Welcome, y'all. Welcome, y'all.
Jennifer loves horses.
You want a cough drop?
I know. I love the Michiganders. Costco in the fire truck coming in hot.
Coming in hot. Just like the fajita.
Dude, y'all are crazy. Meg, per J for Justice, the verdict is in. You guys are so funny. Thank you so much, you guys. Making it rain. Angie B, where's yours? Oh. Who just said, oh my gosh? Thank you, Ange. Look at, she's playing the trumpet. Boop, 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 This is Angie's. Thank you, Ange. Thank you, guys. Yeah. God bless Michigan today. No matter what the verdict ends up being, guys, we still have accountability in other places as well. Like Ethan, the guy who pulled the trigger and walked out of that bathroom and decided to do what he did, okay? So even if she's found not guilty, we have to accept it. And we really do know that there is someone paying the price for this right now. And that is Ethan Crumbley. She lacked a twirl. Hi, Black Eagle. Niles, Michigan, and Michiana. I'm not familiar with Michiana. Where's that at? Oh, is Meg in there? Hey, Rebecca. Yeah, we still have James, and we'll probably learn more in there. But we have to accept whatever the outcome is. Even if we don't find it fair, we have to accept it. And then we can back the victims in other ways. I feel like I'm going to cry. Like, it's either way. I'm glad too, Jamie. I'm so glad you're here. Sharon from Madison Heights. Rock on, Sharon. I love it. So I originally grew up in Romeo. If you're new here, you don't know that. I grew up in Romeo my whole life. Went to school there my whole life. Here she comes. Oh, she's wearing the same cardi. Day 3. Karma is a true thing, right? Karma is a true thing. Don't worry. People get theirs. They really, really do. They get theirs. They can't keep doing shitty things forever. So, oh, she looks like she is stressing. Shannon was curling her hair while we waited. Look at, she got crazy with the curling iron because she's nervous. Oh, Jennifer looks terrible. Put on the chapstick, Jen.
You want a cough drop?
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
Girls, she has not even slept. What's up, Skullsville? Lord have mercy. This is crazy.
There was a lot of leakage.
I know, look at Shannon. Oh, Robin, it just shows your heart, honey. Don't hate it. It's what makes you you and a good person. Oh, here. I should have played this when she walked in, guys.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
It is a good thing. And I'm glad you're here too, Kristen. That's the flute from the Summerwells case. That's David Dobson. He plays that flute for Summer at sunset. Just waiting for the judge now. Every time I hear that door.
Jennifer, let's roll it.
Bring it all in. fun size. I completely agree.
All right, court is now in session.
Woo, here we go.
Kelly Matthews presiding.
Here we go. Oh, fuck. I am so nervous right now.
Your Honor, calling People v. Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990, FH.
Good afternoon, Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who sits to my left.
All right, are you ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to ask when the jury reads their verdict. After that, I want everyone to remain seated.
We reached our member goal, guys. Thank you so much.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Oh, she's red. Look how red they are. They're both red.
And the verdict's read after that. And it's okay.
She's like, I need to sit, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
Here we go. Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
Good afternoon, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that you got a verdict. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you the third person?
I am.
Could you please read your verdict?
Get right to it.
Individually?
Sure.
Okay. On count 1 of involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. On count 2 of involuntary manslaughter in regards to Tate Muir, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Shit!
On count 3 as to involuntary manslaughter regarding Hannah St. Juliana, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And in count 4 of involuntary manslaughter against Justin Schilling, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Thank you, Forewoman. You can be seated. And I'm going to ask Ms. Williams to hold the jury.
Juror in seat number 1, was that and is that your verdict?
It is.
Juror in seat number 2, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 3, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 5, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 6, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 7, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 8, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 11, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 12, was that and is that your verdict?
Wow.
Yes.
Juror in seat number 13, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 14, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 16, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that this is one of the hardest things you've ever done. I'm going to ask you to return to the jury room. The 2 remaining alternates are also going to join you, and I'll be with you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Wow.
Stand up!
Wow. Thank you, Schmicky.
All right, you may be seated. Wow. Time as we go, and I'm considering April 9th at 9 o'clock in the morning for sentencing with that.
What time or when?
April 9th at 9 o'clock is fine.
April 9th. Sentencing.
I'm going to ask everyone to
4-9.
be seated while the defendant is taken out of the courtroom.
All rise.
Go into the clinker, the big house.
Wow. Teresa, I'm so happy for this. Here's her grand exit. I'm not going to celebrate this because there's no winners here. But I am elated for the victims' families. Parents better start locking up your guns. Use your cable locks. Don't lie. And pay attention to your freaking kids. There's going to be press conferences after this, guys. Look at the prosecutors. I think everybody's crying. Are you guys crying? Oh, no press conference due to gag order. That's true. Oh, God, I feel so relieved. Wow. I wonder if anybody's outside. Okay, we've officially, the stream is done.
Public and of course the media here from literally all over the country.
Here we are, we're live outside now.
It is a precedent-setting case.
FYI, that he's one of my favorite reporters. We are live outside the courthouse. So now they're breaking in right now. We're going to watch this live, guys. Stick around.
It's not a happy decision because people were killed. We're still waiting for Shannon Smith. She's still in the courtroom. That's the attorney for Jennifer Crumbley. Jennifer Crumbley would have been taken away now. She's looking at a maximum of 15 years, although they'll do guidelines as far as sentencing goes for that. And of course, we're going to be back here about another couple of weeks because James Crumbley, the husband, will be going to trial as well. I think with the jury, based on the questions that they were asking, they were concentrating on Jennifer Crumbley's involvement and how much involvement she had. Obviously, this jury thought that she had enough involvement to rise to the criminal level of involuntary manslaughter, and that was a big issue, first of its kind, in a sense that how much do we hold the parents responsible for the criminal acts of their kids?
We can replay it, but let's wait for them to come out.
You're going to get any comment at all. Although there's still a gag order on this case, sometimes some of the people will want to talk. Obviously, the victims in the case, for the most part, have been very, very quiet and very attentive to what's going on, but very, very quiet. Again, 7 days of testimony, lots of testimony in this case. We actually saw, including the actual school shooting, subject of a lot of controversy. Some people said that the school shooting should not have been there because that wasn't the issue. The issue was Jennifer Crumbley's involvement, and we know that the shooter was the one that pulled the trigger. It could be subject to appeal. What's going to happen now is that there'll be a sentencing date. Jennifer Crumbley will come back. They will each do sentencing memos, and then the judge will make a sentence. I don't know if she'll be sentenced before or after James's trial, which again is set in a couple of weeks. All right, we're seeing now again more of court onlookers. Many, for the most part, every single day of the 7 days of testimony, this was a packed courtroom. A lot of people from the Oxford community wanted to see what was going on, and really, I guess I'd say it's a historic trial. And of course, besides the media out here from all over the country trying to get a glimpse, a little insight into what happened. There were a number of witnesses that testified, a lot of police involvement in this case. There was testimony that the judge let in that Jennifer Crumbley may have fled. Might that have been a situation, might that have been taken into consideration? There was a jury instruction that the jury could consider the fact that she fled after charges were announced, that they can consider that as an element of guilt. And the other controversy, of course, whether or not to play the video of the actual shooting as well. Shooter did not testify in this case. Shooter did not testify in this case. Again, another subject of controversy because the defense attorney, Shannon Smith, wanted to call the shooter because at the sentencing, the shooter said basically, my parents had nothing to do with it. I was the one that did the shooting. Amy
Charlie,
and Brandon,
I wonder
I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, Charlie, if I see you obviously are looking for Shannon Smith, some of the other players in this case, so I want you to be able to do that. But maybe you can talk to us just a little bit about how precedent-setting this is. This is all eyes on this from across the nation. We've seen so many school shootings and so many people not held accountable in terms of parents. And now, when we see this happen, we're going to have everyone looking at this case to say, do we charge others who may be responsible?
Well, first of all, let's take a look at the facts as to what happened. Obviously, 4 students were killed, 7 others were shot. Prosecutor decided only to charge him on the death. So there's 4 deaths here, 4 charges of involuntary manslaughter. But these charges came down 3 days after the shooting. Obviously, the evidence was there's a lot of evidence here to bring those charges, to get a judge to sign off on those charges, and to have the prosecutor actually bring the charges so close to the time of the shooting. So the precedent is going to set, if there is a school shooting, the law enforcement will now look to the parents, and they're going to ask the same questions that were asked in this case. Let me just a couple of things. These are some of these are some of Jennifer Crumbley's friends that were in the back of the courtroom.
Those were her friends?
She had some people there. They do not want to talk. You could tell just from the look they were disappointed.
Sure.
Jennifer Crumbley did have friends. She had some spiritual advisors that came in. They were right to clergy, and they were the...
Hold on. Who the freak were her friends?
...of involuntary. A lot of people from the Oxford community. Of course, the whether or not to play the video of the actual shooting as well. Shooter did not testify in this case. Shooter did not testify in this case. Again, another subject of controversy because the defense attorney, Shannon Smith, wanted to call the shooter because at the sentencing, the shooter said basically, my parents had nothing to do with it. I was the one that did the shooting. Amy
Charlie,
and Brandon,
I wonder
I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, Charlie, if I see you.
Where the heck are the friends?
A controversy. Some people said that the school shooting should not. Obviously, it's not a happy decision because people were killed. We're still waiting for Shannon Smith. She's still in the courtroom. That's the attorney for Jennifer Crumbley. Jennifer Crumbley would have been taken away now. She's looking. The judge let him that Jennifer Crumbley may have fled. Might that have been a situation? Might that have been taken into consideration? There was a jury instruction that the jury could consider the fact that she fled after charges were announced.
I don't think she
they can
has
consider that as
friends.
an element of guilt. And the other controversy, of course, the whether or not to play the video of the actual shooting as well. Shooter did not testify in this case. Shooter did not testify in this case. Again, another subject of controversy because the defense attorney, Shannon Smith, wanted to call the shooter because at the sentencing, the shooter said basically, my parents had nothing to do with it. I was the one that did the shooting.
I don't know how I...
Charlie...
Let's refresh. I feel like I'm lost.
Because the most important factor was that James Crumbley bought the gun, which a lot of people were saying.
He's still yammering. Is this the part?
Of court onlookers, many, for the most part, every single day of the 7 days of testimony, this was a packed courtroom. A lot of people from the Oxford community wanted to see what was going on in really, I guess I'd say it's a historic trial. And of course, besides the media out here from all over the country trying to get a glimpse, a little insight into what happened. There were a number of witnesses that testified, a lot of police involvement in this case. There was testimony that the judge let in that Jennifer Crumbley may have fled. Might that have been a situation? Might that have been taken into consideration? There was a jury instruction that the jury could consider the fact that she fled after charges were announced. That they can consider that as an element of guilt. And the other controversy, of course, the whether or not to play the video of the actual shooting as well. Shooter did not testify in this case.
I don't know how I keep missing it.
Shooter did not testify in this case. Again, another subject of controversy because the defense attorney, Shannon Smith, wanted to.
They're right here.
Not want to talk. You could tell. There's a lot of evidence here to bring those charges, to get a judge to sign off on those charges, and to have the prosecutor actually bring the charges so close to the time.
Oh, right here. It's that lady in the red coat.
After the shooting.
Maybe that's her mom.
The evidence was there's a lot of evidence here to bring those charges, to get a judge to sign off on those charges, and to have the prosecutor actually bring the charges so close to the time of the shooting. So the precedent is going to set, if there is a school shooting, the law enforcement will now look to the parents.
Here she comes.
And they're going to ask the same questions that were asked in this case.
Okay, here they come. I'm going to slow it down. He starts stuttering because her family's coming.
You know what? Let me just a couple of things.
Do we think this is Jennifer's mom?
Who
is this lady? Look at how she's looking at him like, please, I do not want to talk to you.
And these are some of
he's like,
these are some of Jennifer Crumbley's friends that were in the back of the courtroom.
Sure.
She had some people there. They do not want to talk. You could tell just from the look they were disappointed.
Sure.
Jennifer Crumbley did have friends. She had some spiritual advisors that came in. They have a right to clergy, and they were the clergy there, but they did not want to talk. Maybe they'll talk later, but not now. I think, Amy, going back to your question about the precedent setting, now, parents beware, because if your kids do something really bad, like a crime, the cops are going to come to you. And in this case, they put Jennifer Crumbley in handcuffs while they questioned her at the station. They're going to look at your text messages. They're going to look at your phone records. They're going to look at where you are. Is this an invasion of your privacy? No, it's not. Because
I don't think it's if your kid does something wrong, they're going to look at your text messages automatically. I think if your kid exhibits abnormal behavior and you leave a loaded gun and he shoots his peers at school, yeah, they might look at your text.
Listening for the country. Oakland County is a very conservative place. So generally speaking, people want accountability. And where do you start but the parents? And I think that's what the message. And yet she kind of opened the door, and the jury heard all about the affairs. Now, I don't know if that played a role, but it certainly didn't help when your star witness is maybe not the parent of the year and has some, whatever. She was obsessed with horses and she was obsessed with men or whatever. It probably didn't help her. And in this day and age, and here's the lesson for the parents. Defendants do testify. They testify on social media. Their text messages are admissible. Their interviews in the back of the sheriff's car, which we saw, it's admissible. Their interview at the substation just the day of the shooting with Jennifer Crumbley talking, it's admissible. And so therefore, defendants do testify. So 2 years down the road, when the defendant takes the stand, it's almost self-serving testimony. So that's why, as an attorney, I would say it's a real danger. Listen, did she do terrible on the stand? The verdict is guilty on all accounts, so you be the judge of that.
Yeah, I think Charlie...
That's what struck me.
Right, and I think what struck me about that, too, as far as Shannon Smith, I think that the effort there, maybe the thought process, again, I don't know, I haven't spoken with her, but it seemed like she was trying to say, look, we're putting it all on the table, we're being totally transparent, maybe in an effort to kind of further explain all of the things that the prosecution had already revealed, all those videos that you're talking about, all those text messages and social media posts and everything, we're here to be honest. And that was the impression that I got from her in terms of that decision to put her on the stand. But obviously, it did not work in their favor.
Well, listen, I appreciate the honesty, but I also want to win the case. Listen, Jennifer Crumbley is not the most likable person in the whole wide world. I mean, let's be honest about it. And it came across in the testimony. Some of the answers were very short. She was asked, "Do you regret anything?" No. Would you have done anything different? No. Do you think you're a victim? Yeah, I might. I cringed when I heard that testimony. Listen, when you get a good ruling from a judge, like excluding all of your affairs, keep it out of evidence. The judge gave you a favor, in my opinion. But again, listen, everything is in play. I appreciate the honesty and the openness, and that's an interesting theory. It didn't work in this case. Maybe in some other case it would work, but I don't know. All right. Anyway, we are going to try to see if we can talk to some of the players. Karen McDonald is out there. We'll have more at 5 and 6 o'clock. I'm going to send it back to you. I am live, literally outside of the courtroom.
All right, Charlie, we appreciate your work. We know that you've been out there for about 2 weeks straight, as well as being in this community for the past 2 years, covering this story. So we appreciate all your hard effort.
All right, I need to see Karen. Let's see what Channel 7 is.
It's all over this country. I'm sure we're listening to this verdict and taking notice. What is your reaction?
Carolyn Clifford.
Hopefully there's some closure for the family, some mercy that, they're
can... talking to Todd Flood, whoever the fuck that is, some lawyer. I cannot believe it. Let's see. No one else is live. What about Channel 4? Let's see. WDIV. I can't believe no one's showing the prosecutor right now. They're not even live, but we can watch the verdict again in a minute. I just want to see the prosecutors and everybody and Shannon leave. Let's go back to Channel 2.
But she kind of really seems to be thinking about what has just been said about, well, her near future.
Yeah, it's obviously resigned to the fact that this is the jury's.
All right, let's go back to the verdict read. That was intense, guys. I mean, right when the jury came in, like the judge just said, hey, you guys have a verdict. Read it. I didn't expect it to happen that fast.
Your Honor, calling People v. Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990, FH.
Good afternoon, Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who sits to my left.
All right, are you ready for the jury?
Yes.
That's right.
All right, I'm going to ask when the jury reads their verdict. After that, I want everyone to remain seated. All right.
I'm going to zoom in. We're going full screen.
I really want the audience to stay seated after when the verdict's read and after that. And it's okay. She can scream if she wants. It's okay.
She said, do you want to stand? And Jennifer said, I don't care. I think she knew. Jennifer was not feeling very confident. Neither was Shannon. Screen grab that mess. Holy. Jeez, Pete. Watch how she says, I don't care.
That is correct.
Are you the correct person?
I am.
Could you please read your verdict?
Individually?
Sure.
Okay. On count 1 of involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. On count 2 of involuntary manslaughter in regards to Tate Muir, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. On count 3 as to involuntary manslaughter regarding Hannah St. Juliana, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And in count 4 of involuntary manslaughter against Justin Schilling, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Thank you, Forewoman. You can be seated. And I'm going to ask Ms. Williams to hold the jury.
Juror in seat number 1, was that and is that your verdict?
It is.
Juror in seat number 2, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 3, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 5, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 6, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 7, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 8, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 11, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 12, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 13, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 14, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 16, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank
We
you, jury.
all know that this is one of the hardest things you've ever done. I'm going to ask you to return to the jury room. The two remaining alternates are also
Look at
going to
Shannon.
join you, and I'll be with you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Jennifer's in shock right now. Oh, come on. They got to move this guy out of the way. Oh, jeez. Are you kidding me?
All right, you may be seated. Time as we go, and I'm considering April 9th at 9 o'clock in the morning for sentencing with that.
That should be fine, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Smith.
April 9th at 9 o'clock is fine, thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask that everyone remain seated while the defendant is taken out of the courtroom. Right?
All rise. You may be seated.
We're going to appeal this, Jennifer. We're going to appeal this. Don't worry. I got you. You trust me, right? I think they're waiting until after James's trial. Oh, shoot. Yeah, her lover was married. Yeah, her sentencing will be... Well, we got a guilty verdict, so there's been a precedent set. No matter what her sentence ends up being. Yeah, James is March the 5th, Nicole. All right, well, thankfully, the jury took it serious, and we have to just trust it, and whether you agree with it or not. That's it. We're going to call this one a close. And I want to thank you guys for watching this entire ordeal with me. I hope that you will join me in watching James. And we will also be picking up Adam Montgomery now that this one ended sooner than expected. I expected this to go on for 3 weeks. So we're going to check out the Adam Montgomery case. He is charged with, I believe, murder. Is it second degree of his daughter, Harmony? And that is a horrific, horrific case. But I just want to acknowledge the 4 victims of this case and that their lives mean something. And today, the jury proved that, in my opinion. Thank you, Gretchen. And Gretchen, thank you for your PayPal yesterday. I appreciate you. I think they're doing jury selection today. I don't know if that will be complete. We'll have to wait and see at the end of the day, and I will put an event up for the next hearing. I don't know if they're going to get the jury picked today, but we will definitely cover James and Jennifer's sentencing. So I'm going to sign off for now. Thank you guys so much, and justice for all the victims. Let's roll our credits. We have so many new members to celebrate today. And thank you so, so much for all of your support. I really, really appreciate you guys. And if you're a new member, make sure that you take advantage of our Discord because we do watch parties in there. And what I want to do is I want to get my hands on the Law and Order episode based on this case. And I can't get it on my on demand. So if anybody has any ideas, and Teresa, I love you and it's so good to see you. I hope everything's good there in the ROMEO. I miss home so much. But I love when you bring a piece of home into my chat. You're going to make me cry. But it really is. It really means a lot. Absolutely, jammers. Couldn't have said it myself. Better myself. Thank you, Jubes. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your support on Twitter, Jubes. Or on X. I wonder if it's on Peacock. We'll have to look. Flo, can you check and see? It's season 21, episode 7. I love you too, Teresa. Season 21, episode 7. If we can get our hands on that, we can do a watch party in Discord. Thank you, Sharan. Thank you, Goofy Girl. Goofy Girl, I hope you stick around. Nicole, yay! We'll have to find it because I definitely want to watch it. Because it'll be interesting to see how the Law and Order episode went because it's about the dad being charged. So thank you guys again. I hate saying goodbye. Thank you, Cindy. Kristen, please email me. Please. I would love to speak with you. And I think you are just amazing. All right, guys. I'll see you later. Hey, let's end the poll first before you get me in tears. Do you think Jennifer should have taken the stand? 40% of you say yes, 60 say no. Yay. Okay, Kristen. You take care, honey. And Jammers, love ya. Diana, love you. Angie B, Diana, Olip, Potato, Shell, all the moderators. You guys are awesome. Couldn't do anything without you. Nothing. Wouldn't be here without you. I love you guys.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, no, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. It's the lawyers. I don't give a damn. It's so proud in the deep. How the fuck do we want to keep it? You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling different.
Don't want Jennifer
You're
or
making
Ginger.
plans to get to friends, but don't
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
But I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late.
I heard you telling her not to fuck herself.
Buy new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on coke and jack.
Jennifer loves horses.
Cocaine, cocaine,
Cocaine.
cocaine,
Cocaine.
It's cocaine.
It's cocaine.
Bye, Jennifer.